Hashem Yahuwah Yahusha living water Baruch haba B'Hashem Yahuwah I sing out with praise to you. Your name is beautiful to me, my King. I sing out with praise to you. My heart desires to honor you, my Yah. I sing out with praise to you, Yahusha. Living Torah, Baruch haba B'Hashem Yahuwah Yahusha living Torah Baruch haba B'Hashem Yahuwah I sing out with praise to you. Your name is beautiful to me, my King. I sing out with praise to you. My heart desires to honor you, my Yah. I sing out with praise to you, Yahusha. Living Torah, Baruch haba B'Hashem Yahuwah Baruch haba B'Hashem Yahuwah Baruch haba B'Hashem Yahuwah Baruch haba B'Hashem Yahuwah
Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah, our Elohim. Yahuwah is one. And you shall love Yahuwah, your Elohim, with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart, and you shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. And the second one is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hang all the Torah and prophets. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Glad you all made it here. Let me turn this voice mic down just a little bit. And let me put in my greeting. Shabbat shalom, beloved of Yahuwah. All right, there we go. Glad everybody's here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Man, what a week. Woo-wee. What a week. So glad to see Yom Shabbat coming. Be here just in an hour and a half or so here in Texas. Still a little bit of daylight out there. Nevertheless, Day of Delight is very close now. Yom Shabbat, the day we get to rest, the day we get to read scriptures, spend time with our Maker, spend time with our brothers and sisters in the body, and just get to know everybody, Yahuwah and everyone else better, and to love everyone. Love others as we love ourselves. And then once we accomplish that, then we can love Yahuwah with all our heart, mind, being. Wow. What a great commandment, huh? The Shema is mind-blowing. Got a really nice, I think, a really good study this evening. A lot of people question this and ask about it, and some people seem to be lost or confused about this subject we're getting ready to get into. And it's basically, the people in the Tanakh and in the Natsarim writings that were filled with the Ruach before Yahusha's death and resurrection. Are they immersed in the Ruach or are they not? And so we're going to go over that. A really great study this evening. Also, draw your attention to whether or not these spiritual gifts were available in the Tanakh as they were after Yahusha's death and resurrection that Paul talks about in 1 Corinthians 12, the spiritual gifts. Were people performing them before the immersion of the Ruach, before Yahusha's death and resurrection? So we'll kind of look into that too a little bit here as we comb through the scriptures together. Let's let me say hello to a few people, and then we'll go ahead and get started in this. And hopefully by the end of today's or tonight's study, we'll all be able to understand the difference between the people being filled with the Ruach and people being immersed in the Ruach. Okay. Is there a difference? You better believe it. And by the end of this evening's study, I think we'll all be in agreement to that, and everybody will understand just a little bit better about that subject. I know it's confusing for a lot of people. So let me greet some folks here, and then we'll go ahead and get started, okay? So Levi Davis, number 1. Glad you're here, brother Levi. Hey, we miss you on the Shabbat, the Natsarim assembly in our scripture study group. I don't know, is your reception, is your reception bad or something? You haven't been coming on onto our scriptural study groups. I mean, I notice you're here every Shabbat talk. So I'm just wondering, Levi. But anyways, welcome, brother. I don't know if you've moved yet or not. What's going on with you, man? Anyway, Sandra Brunston, glad you're here, sister. Shina, you mean Shema? You must be saying Shema. Double X, Shalom. Sharon, Shiran, Shalom. Glad you are here. Chris Tarkowski, glad you're here, brother. Shalom, shalom, family. Peggy Russell, shalom, family. Barakabah, B'Shem Yahuwah. Glad you're here, Sister Peggy. Glad you're here, Sister Jocelyn. Stuart Bagley, Shabbat shalom. Glad you're here, Jeremiah, shalom. Davy Steed, glad you're here, brother. Shabbat shalom, family. Yami and Raul. Koto, glad you are here. Shabbat shalom, familia. Valerie girl, Shabbat shalom, fam. Glad you are here, Valerie. Grandma Sunshine, glad you're here. Okay, I figured it out. It comes to my phone, but not to my iPad. Shabbat shalom, family. I love you, but I'll be watching with Lou from my other channel. All right, Lou and Phyllis. Lou White, glad you're here, brother. Phyllis White, glad you're here, sister. Ridge Hill Jilly, glad you're here, sister. Shabbat shalom, in the middle of September already. Yeah, time's just flying by, isn't it? Sharon C. Shabbat shalom from Ike and Sharon and Lottie too. Okay, great. Glad you all are here. Rose White. Glad you are here, sister. Shabbat shalom, mishpaka. Hallelujah for the Shabbat. Tired feet, tired body. Tada, Rabbah, Abba, Yahuwah for the Shabbat. Glad you're here, Sister Rose. Kate Connell, glad you're here. Shabbat shalom, mishpaka. Kisha El Rey, glad you are here. Shabbat shalom. Yahuwah is working on me. Glad you're here. You are of Alua, little children, and have overcome them, because he who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. Hallelujah to that. Alexander Alvarez, Shabbat shalom. Glad you're here, brother. Okay. I think that's everybody. If I missed anybody, sorry about that. Of course, you're welcome here, and we appreciate you being here and studying with us this evening. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Like I say, we're going to look into the Tanakh first, and we're going to see some examples of the Ruach HaKodesh filling people, healing people, healing by touch and prayer, healing by means or material, healing by looking at things, by sight, healing by word, healing, Ruach working or speaking through people, in the filling of people. And so we're going to get this looked at in the Tanakh first, see what it looks like there. And then at the end, we'll kind of go into the Natsarim writing. We'll see it carried over into the Natsarim writing until the death and resurrection of Yahusha. And then everything kind of changes. And hopefully we'll all be able to grasp that and see that and understand that by the time we reach that point, or at least by the time we get through tonight's study. So here we go. Let's look at some healing taking place here by words. Okay. So let's look into Genesis 18. So Genesis 18 verses 10 through 15 says, let's back up to 9. So we'll go 18, 9 through 15. And they said to him, where is Sarah, your Asha? And he said, obviously this is talking about Abraham and Sarah, the parents of Yitzhak. Where is Sarah, your Asha? And he said, see, in the tent. And he said, I shall certainly return to you according to the time of life. And see, Sarah, your Asha, is to have a son. And Sarah was listening in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well advanced in age. And Sarah was past the way of a woman. And Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I have grown old, shall I have pleasure, my master being old too? So she called Abraham her master, her husband. And Yahuwah said to Abraham, why did Sarah laugh, saying, shall I truly have a child since I am old? Is any matter too hard for Yahuwah? At the appointed time, I am going to return to you according to the time of life, and Sarah is to have a son. And Sarah denied it, saying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. And he said, no, but you did laugh. And so here we find out that Sarah, being old, way past her prime, old woman, and Yahuwah healed her barren womb and allowed her to have a child. So just by his word, his promise, the Ruach HaKodesh healed Sarah's body, her barren womb, and allowed her to become pregnant. Okay, so let's look over at Genesis 20 and get a good look at it. So 20:17 and 18, Genesis says, and Abraham prayed to Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech and his Asha and his female servants, so they bore children. For Yahuwah had closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's Asha. Okay. And so he liked Sarah. Abraham lied and said that, well, he didn't really lie. He said that she was his sister. She was his half-sister. And found out later on that they were married, and so the guy, he freaked out. Abraham prayed Elohim, and he opened up the wombs of his household. Okay. And so Yahuwah again, through prayer and through word, healed the wombs of these women from the house of Abimelech. All right. So Genesis 21, 1 through 6. And Yahuwah visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahuwah did for Sarah as he had spoken. So Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the appointed time of which Elohim had spoken to him. So here we're seeing healing by words. And Abraham called the name of his son who was born to him, whom Sarah bore to him, Yitzhak, or Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Yitzhak when he was 8 Yamam old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Yitzchak was born to him. And Sarah said, Elohim has made me laugh, and everyone who hears of it laughs with me. Okay, so there we go. By his word, he healed. The Ruach has healed Sarah's barren womb. Abraham was 100 years old. Sarah was very close to that, and she bore a child and did not die in childbirth. She was able to survive the childbirth at her old age, her old frail age, which is quite amazing in itself if you really consider that. And so throughout scriptures and even into the Natsarim writings, we find all these examples of Yahuwah healing women's barren wombs. And he usually does it when gets to the point where it's a miracle, And so it wouldn't be that big of a miracle if somebody was young, if a woman was like in her 30s and didn't have a child till she was in her 30s or something. But man, when they get up into, the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, and then they have a child, it definitely gets marked under the miracle category, right? And so here we see the Ruach working his signs and wonders, which is just another term for miracle, through the womb of barren women, old women. So Genesis 25, 21, and 22. Again, Yahuwah, or the Ruach HaKodesh, if you will, is healing by words, by healing the barren womb of women, older women. So Genesis 25, 21 through 22 says, and Yitzchak prayed to Yahuwah for his Asha, because she was barren. And Yahuwah answered his prayer, and Rebekah, his Asha, conceived. And within her, the child struggled together. The children struggled together. And she said, if all is right, why am I this way? So she went to ask Yahuwah. And Yahuwah said to her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 people shall be separated from your body. And 1 people shall be stronger than the other, and the older serve the younger. Of course, we know this is Jacob and Esau. So this reminds me of Elizabeth, Yehukanan, the Immerser's mother, where she was also barren and conceived. But Rachel here, she was, Rebecca was barren for quite a while, and she finally, conceived because Yitzchak had prayed to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah, through words, through prayer, answered this request and healed Rebecca's womb. And then later on, she had Benjamin. And so Rebecca had, Jacob, or who became Israel, and Esau. They were twins. Okay. So here we see healing of a barren womb again. And so we can see the healing miracles of Yahuwah taking place here in the Tanakh. And then we turn over to Genesis 30, 22 and 24 through 24, it says, and Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim listened to her and opened her womb, and she conceived and bore a son, and said, Elohim has taken away my reproach. So she called his name Yosef, and said, Yahuwah has added to me another son. And so here we find out that he healed another womb in Rachel, and opened up her womb, and she conceived and bore a son, which was Joseph. And then if we go over to Genesis 35, real quick, Genesis 35, 18, it says, and it came to be as her life was going out, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin. So Rachel died and was buried on the way to Ephrath, that is Bethlehem. So there you go. Rachel gave birth to Benjamin and died giving birth. Although Yahuwah opened up her womb and gave her another child, Benjamin, she died in childbirth. Now, as we get into the Natsarim writings, and after the death and resurrection of Yahusha, we see a lot of healing taking place through other people's hands, through the hands of Yahuwah's chosen vessels. Okay. And here it seems, if you've noticed, that it's Yahuwah that's doing the healing. He's not really, at least so far, he's not really doing healing through the hands of other people, but through speaking at this point. So healing by words of the Ruach. And so then when we look here at Exodus 15:26, actually 24 through 26, we get a really good insight, not only into what's going on here in the Tanakh, but also later on in the Natsarim writings after the death and resurrection of Yahusha. And so Exodus 15:24 through 26 says, this is all going to come together as we go through this. You just have to be patient. We can't rush this because people are foggy on this, and we need to get it and present this and study this in a way that people understand it. There's no use in doing it any other way, because we're not helping anyone if we don't do it this way. So Exodus 15:24 and through 26 says, and the people grumbled against Moshe, saying, what are we to drink? Then he cried out to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah showed him a tree. And when he threw it into the mayim, to the waters, the mayim were made sweet. There he made a law and a right ruling for them, and there he tried them. And then verse 26 says, and he said, if you diligently obey the voice of Yahuwah your Elohim, and do what is right in his eyes, and shall listen to his commands, and shall guard all his laws, I shall bring on you none of the diseases I brought on the Mitzrites. For I am Yahuwah who heals you. Hallelujah. So here we find out it is Yahuwah who heals. And so we know that Yahuwah is Ruach, is the Ruach HaKodesh, right? I mean, we all should know that. And so into the Natsarim writings, after the death and resurrection of Yahusha, we see spiritual gifts given to men. So these gifts are given to men. It says Yahusha had taken captivity captive and gave gifts to men. And so later on, we're going to see that the Ruach HaKodesh, for some reason, and just give you a hint here, for some reason, the Ruach HaKodesh does his works through people. Okay, after the death and resurrection of Yahusha. But the key phrase there is that Yahuwah heals through people. It's never the man doing it. It's never the vessel that performs the gift. The gift is always performed by the healer, which is Yahuwah, as it says right here. For I am Yahuwah who heals you. No man can heal you. He can heal you through a man by using the hands of a man, but it's never the man doing it. It's always Yahuwah doing it. And so if you ever get to the point where you have received a gift, one of the spiritual gifts, just remember it's called a spiritual gift for a reason. Okay? Just like spiritual fruit. It's called spiritual fruit for a reason. It's not flesh and blood that's performing the spiritual gifts. It's not flesh and blood whose characteristics are the spiritual fruits. It's the Ruach in you. It belongs to him, not your flesh and blood, not the person. So there's your hint as we continue on here. Let's go ahead and go to Psalms real quick. Jump over to Psalms 103. So Psalms 103, verses 1 through 4. Bless Yahuwah, my being, and all that is within me, his Kadesh name. Bless Yahuwah, O my being, and do not forget all his dealings, who forgives all your crookednesses, who heals all your diseases, who redeems your life from destruction, who crowns you with kindness and compassion, who satisfies your desire with the good. Your youth is renewed like the eagles. Wow. Can you imagine if you were renewed your youth at your old age and gave you your strength back, or at least some of your strength back that you had when you were young? But the key phrase here is in verse 3, who forgives all your crookednesses, who heals all your diseases. Okay, confirming it is Yahuwah who heals you. See that? It's always the Ruach HaKodesh, whether it's him doing it directly through words, through means, through material, whatever he decides to do, however he decides to do it. And later on, after the death and resurrection of Yahusha, through his chosen vessels, it's always, always, always the Ruach HaKodesh who heals you. Okay? All right, so that's very interesting, isn't it? Look at Exodus 16. Here's a thought for you, maybe that you've never really thought of. But Yahuwah also heals your fleshly needs, such as shelter, water, and food that you would need to survive. There's survival things that you need to survive. You don't have them, and He gives them to you. Then He's healing you. Say of your thirst, of your hunger, of your exposure. Take a look at Exodus 16, 2 through 12. And they set out, let's go to 2. Where are we at? And all the congregation of the children of Yisrael grumbled against Moses and Aaron in the wilderness. And the children of Yisrael said to them, if only we had died by the hand of Yahuwah in the land of Mitzrayim, when we sat by the pots of meat, and when we ate bread to satisfaction. For you have brought us out into this wilderness to put all this assembly to death with hunger. And Yahuwah said to Moses, see, I am raining bread from the Shemaim for you. And the people shall go out and gather a yam's portion every yam in order to try them whether they walk in my Torah or not. So see, they're grumbling about pots of meat and bread. Eat bread to their satisfaction. So He's going to make bread rain out of the Shemaim. And it shall be on the 6th yom that they shall prepare what they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said to all the children of Yisrael, at evening you shall know that Yahuwah has brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. Did He heal them when He brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim? You better believe it. Sure He did. And in the morning you shall see the esteem of Yahuwah, for He hears your grumblings against Yahuwah. And what are we that you grumble against us? And Moses said, in that Yahuwah gives you meat to eat in the evening, and in the morning bread to satisfaction. For Yahuwah hears your grumblings which you make against Him. And what are we? Your grumblings are not against us, but against Yahuwah. Wow. Need to wake up to that fact. So when you start grumbling and pointing fingers at your brother or sister and things like this, because they're teaching you something that you don't like, something that goes against maybe what you believe, you grumble against them. You say, well, I'm not supporting that person anymore. I don't like what they're saying. But yet it's the Ruach speaking through them, and the Ruach's in them, because nowadays His Ruach has been poured out on all flesh. All flesh. That includes animals, not just humans, male, female, and animals as well. All flesh. And so your grumblings are not against those who He has chosen to indwell, who He has chosen to immerse with His Ruach HaKodesh in the latter Yamim, but against Yahuwah Himself, because now they are representation of Yahuwah. This is powerful stuff, man. And Moses said to Aaron, say to all the congregation of the children of Yisrael, come near before Yahuwah, for He has heard your grumblings. And it came to be, as Aaron spoke to all the congregation, of the children of Yisrael that they looked toward the wilderness, and see, the esteem of Yahuwah appeared in the cloud. And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the grumblings of the children of Yisrael. Speak to them, saying, between the evenings you are to eat meat, and in the morning you are to be satisfied with bread. And you shall know that I am Yahuwah your Elohim. And it came to be that quail came up at evening and covered the camp. And in the morning the dew lay all around the camp. And the layer of dew went up, and see, on the surface of the wilderness was a small round substance, as fine as frost on the ground. And the children of Yisrael saw, and they said to each other, what is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, it is the bread which Yahuwah has given you to eat. So there you go. So here Yahuwah has healed them of their grumblings, if you will. He has given them meat, and he has given them bread, as they were grumbling about. So he has satisfied their hunger and their grumblings, their wants, by supplying food. Did you ever think of that? That's healing? When Yahuwah gives you food and drink, that he's healing you? Have you ever really thought of that? Have you ever wondered where your next meal is going to come from and Yahuwah supplied it? All right, let's get a look at Exodus 17. So we know that Yah is the healer. So Exodus 17, 1 through 7. And so we see he satisfied, or he healed their hunger, their pains, their starvation. They thought they were starving, I guess. They considered themselves starving anyway. Now let's take a look at another angle here. Exodus 17, 1 through 7. And all the congregation of the children of Yisrael set out on their journey from the wilderness of Sin, according to the command of Yahuwah, and camped in Rephidim. And there was no water for the people to drink. Therefore the people strove with Moses and said, give us water to drink. And Moses said to them, why do you strive with me? Wow, man. Mind blowing, right? Why do you try Yahuwah? And the people thirsted there for water. And the people grumbled against Moses and said, why did you bring us out of Mitzrayim to kill us and our children and our livestock with thirst? Then Moses cried out to Yahuwah, saying, what am I to do with this people? Yet a little, and they shall stone me. And Yahuwah said to Moses, pass over before the people, and take with you some of the elders of Yisrael. And take in your hand your rod with which you smote the river, and go. See, I am standing before you there on the rock in Carib. And you shall smite the rock, and water shall come out of it, and the people shall drink. And Moses did so before the eyes of the elders of Yisrael. And he called the name of the place Massa in Meribah, because of the strife of the children of Yisrael, and because they tried Yahuwah, saying, is Yahuwah in our midst or not? is he or not? So here we see an extremely important passage that Yahuwah has healed the children of Israel from their thirst. He's given them water by having Moshe strike the rock in Coreb, Coreb is the area that Mount Sinai is in. It's basically the same thing as Mount Sinai, okay? It's the territory, if you will, surrounding the Mount Sinai area. And he struck this rock and water gushed out. The water shall come out of it. So the rock we know is Yahusha. And so when they strike the rock, they smited the rock and they killed Yahusha. Water came out. Is representation of the living waters, the Ruach HaKodesh coming from the rock. This is symbolizing the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh after the death, resurrection of Yahusha. Okay, so here, symbolically or spiritually, the rock was struck and the living waters that the children of Israel would need to live, have life and life more abundantly, or everlasting life, was met. And so he healed their lost souls, if you will, for lack of other term. So he healed them and brought them out of the darkness or non-existence into his marvelous light, which is everlasting life, by smiting the rock and allowing the living waters to flow from the rock, which is Yahusha. It's a very powerful passage. But let's move on to Exodus 31, 1 through 11. Hang on a minute. Let's go. Let me see. Yeah, we did all that. Let's jump over to 2 Kings real fast. So let's go to 2 Kings. Getting ahead of myself is what I'm doing. So let me back up. We'll go to 2 Kings 4. 2 Kings 4, 8 through 17. So it says, and it came to be, now I want to get back to healing by words. Okay. So back to healing by word. 2 Kings 4, 8 through 17 says, and it came to be on the Yom that Elisha went to Shunem, where there was a prominent Asha, and she urged him to eat some food. And it came to be, as often as he passed by, that he turned in there to eat some food. And she said to her husband, look, I know that this is a set-apart man of Elohim, who passes by us continually. Please let us make a small upper room on the wall, and let us put a bed for him there, and a table, and a chair, and a lampstand. And it shall be, whenever he comes to us, let him turn in there. And it came to be on a Yom that he came there, and he turned into the upper room and lay down there. And he said to Gigazi, his servant, call this Shunammite Asha. So he called her, and she stood before him. And he said to him, please say to her, look, you have gone to all this trouble for us. What is there to be done for you? Should I speak on your behalf to the sovereign or to the commander of the army? And she answered, I am dwelling among my own people. And he said, what then is to be done for her? And Gehazi answered, well, she has no son, and her husband is old. And he said, call her. So he called her, and she stood in the doorway. And he said, about this time next year, you shall embrace a son. And she said, no, my master, man of Elohim, do not lie to your female servant. And the Yahusha conceived and bore a son when the appointed time had come, of which Elisha had spoken to her. So here, the Ruach did heal this woman's barren womb, or at least gave her a son. It doesn't really say if she was barren or had daughters, but she definitely did not have a son. And so through the spoken words of this prophet, the Ruach HaKodesh worked a miracle. And so he honored the words of this prophet. Okay. Was the Ruach HaKodesh in him in honoring this, or did he just hear his words and honor his request, his petition? So let's take a look at 2 Kings. Let's move from there and go to 2 Kings 20. Second Kings 20, 7 through 21 says, and Yashayahu said, so remember, we're still looking at healing by words. Now, this seems to be words of a prophet had given this woman a son, right? And Yashayahu said, now this is Isaiah, take a cake of figs, and they took and laid it on the boil, and he recovered. And Kizakiyahu said to Yashayahu, what is the sign that Yahuwah does heal me, and that I shall go up to the house of Yahuwah the third yom? And Yashayahu said, this is the sign for you from Yahuwah, that Yahuwah does the word which he has spoken. So Yahuwah spoke this word. So this will be healing by the words of Yahuwah, right? Or the Ruach HaKodesh. Shall the shadow go forward 10 degrees or go backward 10 degrees? And Kizkiyahu said, it would be easy for the shadow to go down 10 degrees. No, but let the shadow go backward 10 degrees. And Yashayahu the prophet cried out to Yahuwah, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees backward. Okay, so now the words had to be said out loud for Yahuwah to act. By which it had gone down at the sundial of Akiz. And at that time, Baradak, Baladan, son of Baladan, sovereign of Babel, sent letters and a present to Kizkiyahu, for he heard that Kizkiyahu had been sick. And Kizkiyahu listened to them and showed them all his treasure house, the silver and the gold and the spices and the precious ointment, and all his armory, and all that was found among his treasures. There was not an object in his house or in all his rule that Chizkiyahu did not show them. And Yashayahu the prophet came to sovereign Chizkiyahu and said to him, "What did these men say, and from where did they come to you?" And he said, "They came from a distant land, from Babel." And he said, "What have they seen in your house?" And Chizkiyahu answered, "They saw all that is in my house. There is not an object among my treasures that I did not show them." And Yashayahu said to Chizkiyahu, "Hear the word of Yahuwah. See, the Yamim are coming when all that is in your house and what your fathers have treasured up until this Yom shall be brought to Babel. No object is to be left," said Yahuwah. "And they are going to take away some of your sons who are to be born to you, whom you bring forth, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the sovereign of Babel." And Chizkiyahu said to Yashayahu, "The word of Yahuwah which you have spoken is good." And he said, "Is it not so, if peace and truth are to be in my Yamim?" And the rest of the acts of Chizkiyahu and all his might, now he made a pool and a channel and brought water into the city. Are they not written in the book of the annals of the sovereigns of the Yehuda? So Chizkiyahu slept with his fathers, and Menashiah, his son, reigned in his place. Okay. So here we see Yahuwah working miracles through words of the prophet, and healing this guy with cake of figs, and adding 15 years to his life. You can read that down there in 5 and 6, 20, verse 5 and 6. So it says, "Return and say to Chizkiyahu, the leader of my people, thus said Yahuwah, the Elohim of Daud your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Say, I'm going to heal you. On the third Yom, go up to the house of Yahuwah, and I shall add to your Yom 15 years, and deliver you in this city from the hand of the sovereign of Asher, and shall defend this city for my own sake, and for the sake of Daud, my servant." So there you go. So not only did he heal the guy through words, he added 15 years to the man's lifespan, and performed a miracle to prove to him that what he said was true, that he would live. So let's look at 1 Kings, if you will. Go to 1 Kings. First Kings 17, 7 through 24. Now this is the Ruach HaKodesh healing by touch or prayer. Okay, so by touch or by prayer, but not through somebody else's hands, by the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, but we can see that he does work through his prophets by performing, making their words come true. Or if they speak his words, they make them come true. So there we're going to get a little bit look at healing by touch and prayer. So 1 Kings 17:7 says, "And it came to be after a while that the stream dried up because there had been no rain in the land. Then the word of Yahuwah came to him, saying, Rise up, go to Zarephath, which belongs to Zidon, and dwell there. See, I have commanded a widow there to sustain you. And he rose up and went to Zarephath, and came to the gate of the city, and saw a widow there gathering sticks. And he called and said to her, Please bring me a little water in a vessel to drink. And as she was going to get it, he called and said to her, "Please bring me a piece of bread in your hand." And she said, "As Yahuwah your Elohim lives, I do not have bread, only a handful of flour in a bin and a little oil in a jar. And see, I am gathering a couple of sticks and shall go in and prepare it for myself and my son, and we shall eat it and die." And Aliyah said to her, "Do not fear. Go and do as you have said, but make me a small cake from it first, and bring it to me. And afterward, make some for yourself and for your son. For thus said Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael, the bin of flour shall not be used up, nor the jar of oil run dry, until the Yam of Yahuwah sends rain on the Eretz." So she went and did according to the word of Eliyahu, or Elijah. And she and he and her household ate for many days, for many yamim. The bin of flour was not used up, nor did the jar of oil run dry, according to the word of Yahuwah, which he spoke by Eliyahu. So here we see that he spoke through a prophet. So Yahuwah spoke words through the mouth of Eliyahu, and the words came true, according to the word of Yahuwah, which he spoke by Eliyahu. You see that? So this miracle happened through his prophet. Yahuwah speaking, using Eliyahu's mouth to say things, and then he performed according to his word, which he spoke out of the mouth of Eliyahu. Does that mean that Yahuwah was immersed, that he had immersed Eliyahu before the death and resurrection of Yahusha? No, absolutely not. None of these examples so far have been according to the immersion of the Ruach. Why? Because the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh was not given until after the death and resurrection of Yahusha, the Son of the living Elohim. Okay? But you can also see here, he performed the miracle and relieved her and her son and Eliyahu of their hunger. And so healing them of starvation or hunger is definitely healing them. If not, they would die. So it's definitely a healing. And this is a healing by prayer, touch or prayer. Okay. And so let's get a look then in 1 Kings, 2 Kings 4. 2 Kings 4, 18 through 37. So 2 Kings chapter 4, starting in verse 18 through 37, and we're going to see the Ruach healing by touch or by prayer, okay? "And the child grew, and it came to be on the yom that he went out to his father to the reapers, and said to his father, my head, my head. And he said to a servant, take him to his mother. So he took him and brought him to his mother, and he sat on her knees till noon and died. And she went up and laid him on the bed of a man of Elohim, and shut the door on him and went out. And she called to her husband and said, please send me one of the young men and one of the donkeys, so that I hurry to the man of Elohim and return. And he said, Why are you going to him today? It is neither the new moon nor the Shabbat. And she said, It is well. And she saddled the donkey and said to her servant, Drive and go. Do not slow down except I speak to you. And she went and came to the man of Elohim at Mount Carmel. And it came to be, when the man of Elohim saw her at a distance, that he said to his servant, Gigazi, see, the Shunammite Asha. Please run now to meet her and say to her, Is it well with you? Is it well with your husband? Is it well with your child? And she answered, It is well. And she came to the man of Elohim at the hill, and she caught him by the feet. But Gigazi came near to push her away. But the man of Elohim said, Leave her alone, for her being is better in her, and Yahuwah has hidden it from me and has not revealed it to me. And she said, Did I ask a son of my master? Did I not say, Do not deceive me? And he said to Gigazi, Gird up your loins and take my staff in your hand and go. When you meet anyone, do not greet him, and when anyone greets you, do not answer him. And you shall lay my staff on the face of the child. And the mother of the child said, As Yahuwah lives, and as your being lives, I do not leave you. And he rose and followed her. And Gigazi went on ahead of them and laid the staff on the face of the child. But there was no voice, and there was no hearing. So he went back to meet him and reported to him, saying, The child has not awakened. And Elisha came into the house and saw the child was dead, lying on his bed. And he went in and shut the door behind the two of them and prayed to Yahuwah. He prayed to Yahuwah. So remember what we're talking about here, healing by touch and prayer. So here we've seen, and he prayed to Yahuwah. We see that. Okay, hang on just a second. Okay, and he went up and lay on the child and put his mouth on his mouth. So here we go. He's the prophet is laying on top of the child, and he put his mouth on the child's mouth. I'm talking about touching. Right after he prayed. And his eyes on his eyes, and his hands on his hands, and stretched himself out on the child, and the flesh of the child became warm. So he's got his hands on his hands, his face is on that child's face, where his mouth's on child's mouth, his eyes are on the child's eyes, basically touching him, laying on top of him in a way that he's touching him, eye for eye, mouth for mouth, hand to hand. And he returned and walked back and forth in the house, then went up and stretched himself out on him. And the child sneezed 7 times. He sneezed 7 times. And the child opened his eyes. And he called Gigazi and said, call this Shunammite. So he called her, and she came into him, and he said, pick up your son. Then she went in and fell at his feet and bowed himself to the ground and picked up her son and went out. So there you go. Talking about healing by touch and prayer. Absolutely. All right, so this was not Yahuwah. Yahuwah had not immersed Eliyahu, okay, but he was definitely working miracles by touch and by words through prayer and touching. Okay, it's pretty obvious. I mean, can't get more touching than that. Okay. All right, so now let's go back to Numbers real quick here. We're back on track. Go to Numbers. So Numbers, wait a minute. Not Numbers, Exodus. Remember, Numbers 23:8, we determined, where it said that Yahuwah is your healer. So we'll go to Exodus now, 26. So Exodus 26. No, not Exodus 26. Exodus 15, verse 26. Did we go through that already? I think we did. Yeah, we already went through that. Okay, so within the Tanakh, there's an estimated number of commands. Okay, and the estimated number is 613. Okay, and out of this 613 commands in the Tanakh, there's no less than 213 of them are health related commands. Okay. Let's look over at Numbers. That's where I wanted to go. Over to Numbers 21. And we're going to see healing by eyesight, healing by looking, okay? In this case, it's looking at a serpent of bronze on a pole. So healing by sight or healing by looking at an object, Yahuwah performs healing. And so in Numbers 21, 4 through 9, it says, and they departed from Mount Hor by the way of the Sea of Reeds to go around the land of Edom. But the being of the people grew impatient because of the way. And the people spoke against Elohim and against Moshe. Why have you brought us up out of Mitzrayim to die in the wilderness? Boy, these people, they just grumble, right? For there is no food and no water, and our being loathes this light bread. Our being loathes this light bread, which is the manna. And Yahuwah sent fiery serpents among the people. And they bit the people. And many of the people of Israel died. So he's getting sick of their grumbling, no doubt. Then the people came to Moshe, and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against Yahuwah and against you. Pray to Yahuwah to take away the serpents from us. So Moshe prayed on behalf of the people, and Yahuwah said to Moshe, make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole. And it shall be that everyone who is bitten, when he looks at it, shall live. So Moshe made a bronze serpent and put it on a pole. And it came to be, if a serpent had bitten anyone, when he looked at the bronze serpent, he lived. Okay. So here we see the Ruach HaKodesh healing by looking or by eyesight. So if somebody would look at this bronze serpent on top of this pole that they erected, if they were bitten and they looked at it, then Yahuwah would heal them. Okay, so this is extremely interesting because there's some depth here. And we see Yahuwah sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people. There's in that area, okay, in the wilderness that they were in, it was snake infested, and there was a snake that was red in appearance. The snake was red, and it was red in such a way that it actually, actually did look like fire. I don't know if I have a picture of that snake or not. I could show you. But this was the literal, this was definitely a literal snake. It was real and existed in the desert here where the children of Israel were at this particular time. And it was like snake infested territory. Okay. I thought I had a picture of the snake. Maybe I do, maybe I don't here. I'm still looking for it. Yeah, here it is. Here's one of them anyway, and I'll show it to you. Okay, hang on a minute. Let me share screen it. This ain't a great picture. I had a better one, but you can see here, it looks red. This one's a little dusty, but because of the sand or whatnot. But some of them, when you look at them, they're even more brighter red than this. So you can see why they have red and orange on them and a little yellow. So you can see why they called them sent fiery serpents, because of the color of them, and they were deadly. Their venom is very powerful. They're all still over there in that area. So you can see there what they looked like. And so literally, they really existed, and they were biting the people, and they were dying. And so if they would look on this pole, he told him to erect this pole, the bronze serpent, and they saw this, they looked at the snake, they would be healed. Okay, so this was just a way of them being healed by the Ruach HaKodesh by looking at this serpent. Okay, so it wasn't the statue, it wasn't the figure of the snake on the pole that healed the people. It was Ruach HaKodesh that healed them by healing them by eyesight, by them looking, and where he commanded them to look if they got bit. It was the Ruach HaKodesh doing the healing. Okay. Now, to go a little bit deeper into that, when we talk spiritually here, these fiery serpents, especially when they're called winged, they have wings. So winged fiery serpents are demonic beings. Okay, and so these are winged demonic beings. But what's amazing is Scripture says that these winged demonic beings, are still used by Yahuwah and for Yahuwah's will and purpose, and these winged demonic beings must obey Yahuwah to do his will, and they do. Okay, we see them called adders, and so these winged demonic beings are adders, means they're adding to the words of Yahuwah. And I can show you that real quick. Go to Isaiah 30, verse 6. Isaiah 30, verse 6. It says, the message concerning the beast of the south through a land of trouble and distress, from which came the lioness and lion, the adder and fiery flying serpent. They convey their riches on the backs of young donkeys and their treasures on the humps of camels to an unprofitable people, even Mitzrayim, whose help is vain and empty. So there we go. The adder and fiery flying serpent. See that? So go to Isaiah 14:29. So Isaiah 14:29 says, do not rejoice, all you of Philistine, that the rod that smote you is broken. For out of the serpent's roots comes forth an adder, which would be the false prophet here in this case. And its offspring is a fiery flying serpent. You see that? And the firstborn of the poor shall feed, and the needy lie down in safety. And I shall kill your roots with scarcity of food, and it shall slay your remnant. Howl, O gate, cry, O city, melt away, all you of Philistine, for smoke shall come from the north, and there is no stranger in his ranks. Speaking of the anti-Mashiach now. And what does one answer the messengers of a nation? That Yahuwah has found Zion, and the poor of his people take refuge in it. So there you go. False prophet and anti-Mashiach being referred to as offspring, having offspring as a fiery flying serpent. For out of the serpent's roots comes forth an adder, which would be the false prophet. Okay, and so people kind of like to associate this serpent on a pole with what they see as a symbol of medicine for physicians and doctors, things like that, medical people, or pharmacy or pharmakia medicine. And what you need to understand here is there's no connection. Okay, we need to stop teaching people that, because there's no connection there. Okay, there's a connection with the serpent on a pole is representing Yahusha being lifted up and hung on a pole. Okay, it is symbolic of that, and you look upon him and get healing, right? But it is not symbolic or representative of pharmakia or medicine. That connection, it comes from paganism. Okay, so the snake, the one snake on a pole is it comes from paganism. It's a pagan symbol for pharmakia. It's actually a Greek god of medicine, and his name is Aesculapius, and it represents pharmacy. You see it at the pharmacies or on the jackets of the people working in the pharmacy. Now, there's another symbol that has two snakes on a pole, and the snakes come up or wrap around the pole, and then they face each other at the top of the pole. Okay, so this is representation. It's a symbol for medicine. It's also got pagan roots, and those the two snakes on the pole, symbolic of medicine, and it represents also Greek gods of MERCURY or HERMES. Okay. So no connection with the serpent on the pole here in the wilderness. Now, were they told to take it down and get rid of it? Yeah, as they moved out of there, he did. And what happened was the children of Israel, being stick-necked and hard-headed as they were, began to worship this serpent on a pole. And they were actually starting to worship it. And of course, Yahuwah wasn't going to have nothing to do with that. Okay. And so he got rid of that, but that has no connection to Yahusha being hung on a pole. Okay. He's not a serpent or a snake, but it was symbolic of the healing of when the Yahusha would be lifted up and hung on a pole above the earth and looking upon his dead body when he died. And resurrected, then healing would come from his death, and his resurrection would come life. Okay. And so the shedding of his blood brought on the healing, and his death and the shedding of his blood brought on the healing of the nations, and his resurrection brought on life, where man could live and have life now, and the light could come in them and give them everlasting life. Up to that point, they were in darkness and dead. They were sentenced to death by sin. Only through the death of Yahusha HaMashiach, as he was lifted above the arets on the pole, hanging on the pole, was healing for the nations available, the forgiveness of sins. So that's the connection, not pharmakia and medicine. The roots for that snake on a pole and the two snakes on a pole facing each other is through paganism, not through scripture. Okay, so let's get that straight and stop teaching the other way around, because it's not true. All right, so let's look at Exodus 15, if you will. Let me see now. Did we go there already? I don't remember. I definitely don't want to repeat myself here, but let's see, Exodus 15, 22. I don't think we went here. Let's look at it. Exodus 15, 22 says, and Moshe brought Israel from the Sea of Reeds, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 yamim in the wilderness and found no water. And they came to Marah, and they were unable to drink the mayim of Marah, for they were bitter. So the name of it was called Marah. And the people grumbled against Moshe, saying, what are we to drink? Then he cried out to Yahuwah, and Yahuwah showed him a tree. And when he threw it into the mayim were made sweet. There he made a law and right ruling for them, and there he tried them. Oh, yeah, we already went through that. Okay, let's see now. Yeah, we went through that one too. Let me see now. Let's see. Okay, I think we went through those. So let's move on. Go to back to 2 Kings 4. So 2 Kings 4, 38 through 42. Okay, here we're seeing healing by material, if you will, or means. Now, the healing here is poison. And I want to point something out here, but let's read this first. So it's 2 Kings 4, 38 through 42. 44. 38 through 44. And Elisha returned to Gilgal, and the scarcity of food was in the land, and the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said to his servant, "Put on a large pot and cook stew for the sons of the prophets." And one went out to the field to gather plants and found a wild vine and gathered wild cucumbers from it, filling the skirt of the garment, and came and sliced them into the pot of stew. Though they did not know what they were, then served it to the men to eat. And it came to be, as they were eating the stew, that they cried out and said, "O man of Elohim, there is death in the pot." And so they were eating the stew, and then they realized that they were going to die. In other words, they were eaten out of a poisonous pot of stew. And they were unable to eat it. And he said, "Then bring some flour and put it into the pot," and said, "Serve it to the people to eat." And there was no evil matter in the pot. Now a man came from Baal Shalasha, meaning Baal is 3. Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Baal is 3. There's the Trinity, proving that the Trinity relates to Baal. It's Baal worship, Trinity, then it's not Yahuwah is one. But the healing of the poisonous pot of stew here by material is an amazing thing. I'm going to show you something here just in a second. And brought the man of Elohim bread of the first fruits, 20 loaves of barley bread. So barley was the first harvest, the first fruits. And newly ripened grain in his knapsack. And he said, "Give it to the people to eat." And his servant said, "What? Do I set this before 100 men? And he said, "Give it to the people to eat. For thus said Yahuwah, eat and have some left over." And he set it before them, and they ate and had some left over according to the word of Yahuwah. And so here we go, a miracle through the word, healing by the word, healing of hunger, healing of multiplication, miracle of multiplication, just like the 5,000 loaves and the 4,000 loaves and a few fish. Here being done by the Ruach. Back up here to this poisonous pot of stew that these people ate, and then through substance or material, they were able to eat it, and they didn't die. And when they put flour into the stew, okay. Other than that, they would have died from this poisonous pot. So they ate poison but did not die through material, through the healing of Yahuwah. Okay, and if we go, interestingly, we go to Mark 16. I want you to see something. And this is just a thought. It just popped into my mind here. Mark 16. So Mark 16, it says, in verse 18. They shall take away serpents, and if they drink any deadly poison, it shall by no means hurt them. Drinking deadly poison, stew has got a lot of liquid in it. And so you're kind of drinking as you're eating stew, right? And so this poisonous pot of stew, as they were drinking the broth out of it, it didn't hurt them. And so this could be some sort of type or foreshadow of Mark 16, speaking of drinking poison and not hurting them. Interesting. O man of Elohim, there's death in the pot, and they were unable to eat it. And he said, then bring some flour, and they put it into the pot and serve it to the people who eat, and there was no evil matter in the pot. And so it cleaned this, whatever it did, absorbed the poison, whatever that flour did, they were able to go ahead and continue to eat this poisonous pot of stew, and it didn't hurt them. So I just thought that was an interesting little thing there to look at. Go to 2 Kings 20. So 2 Kings 20, starting in verse 7. Wait a minute, we already went through that. So let's go to, let's look at the Ruach HaKodesh working through people now. So far, we've seen a lot of different examples, but now, as in the Natsarim writings after the death and resurrection of Yahusha, where we see the Ruach working through miracles through people quite a bit. Let's look at it here in the Tanakh now. So here we're going to look at the Ruach either worked or spoke through people to create this miracle. And we see that after the death and resurrection of Yahusha, right? So let's see if there's some type of resemblance here of the same Ruach working through people in the Tanakh before the death and resurrection of Yahusha. Now we got to pay very close attention here now. Okay. So 2 Kings 5. Second Kings 5, 1 through 3. Says, and Naaman, commander of the army of the sovereign of Aram, was a great man in the eyes of his master and highly respected. Because of him, Yahuwah had given deliverance to Aram, and he was a brave man. He was leprous. He had leprosy. And the Arameans had gone out on raids and had brought back captive a young girl from the land of Israel, and she served the Asha of Naaman. And she said to her mistress, if only my master were with the prophet who was in Samaria, then he would recover him of his leprosy. So let's skip on down here now to 5:9 through 17. So Naaman came with his horses and chariot, and he stood at the entrance of the house of Elisha. And Elisha sent a messenger to him, saying, go, and you shall wash 7 times in the garden, that your flesh might be restored to you and be clean. But Naaman became wroth and went away and said, see, I said to myself, he would certainly come out to me and stand and call on the name of Yahuwah his Elohim, and wave his hand over the place and recover the leprosy. Are not the Abana in the Pharpar, the rivers of Damascus, better than all the mayim of Yesharel? Could I not wash in them and be clean? And he turned and went away in a rage. And his servants came near and spoke to him and said, My father, if the prophet had spoken to you a great matter, would you not have done it? How much more then when he says to you, Wash and be clean? Then he went down and dipped 7 times in the garden, according to the word of the man of Elohim, and his flesh was restored like the flesh of a little child, and he was clean. And he returned to the man of Elohim, he and all his company, and came and stood before him and said, See, now I know that there is no Elohim in all the Eretz except in Yesharel. And now please take a gift from your servant. But he said, As Yahuwah lives, before whom I stand, I do not accept it. And he pressed on him to accept it, but he refused. Then Naaman said, If not, please let your servant be given 2 mule loads of arets. For no longer is your servant going to make a burnt offering and slaughtering to other mighty ones, but to Yahuwah. So here we go. All right, so we see here now that the Ruach was given by spoken words of a prophet to go down and dip himself in this water 7 times, wash himself 7 times in the Yarden. Okay, according to the man of Elohim. And so through the words of the prophet was spoke here, the Ruach HaKodesh healed this man after this guy listened and went and did what he told him to do. And although he thought that he would do it a different way, once he cooled down and went and did what he said, then he was cleansed of the leprosy. Now, for some reason, which I don't have any idea why, but people like to point to this verse this passage as self-immersion. This ain't no self-immersion, water immersion. I mean, if we could see it as purification ritual, perhaps, but not water immersion in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach. I mean, that's almost ridiculous. I mean, he didn't even come yet. This was way before his time, before his first coming. So how could this be an example of self-immersion in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach? People teach that, and it's just not the case. It's not the case. All right. So what this is a healing of the Ruach HaKodesh through the spoken words of his prophet. Okay. So we're seeing here that the Ruach worked through spoken words of people in the Tanakh, and we're going to see that the Ruach, worked through people, even like he did Paul, to heal people as well. So let's look at Exodus. Go to Exodus 31. So Exodus 31, 1 through 11. Maybe even through 18. Exodus 31. And Yahusha spoke to Moshe, saying, okay, so Yahuwah spoke to Moshe. See, I have called by name Betzalel, son of Uri, son of Ker, of the tribe of Yehudah, And I have filled him, now listen to that, and I have filled him with the Ruach of Elohim in wisdom and in understanding and in knowledge and in all work, to make designs for work in gold and in silver and in bronze and in cutting stones for setting and in carving wood and to work in all work. So here, the Ruach has filled him. He's been filled with the Ruach of Elohim in order to know how to make everything for the tabernacle, this craftsman. So does that mean he was immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh? No. See, there's a difference. He filled him with the Ruach of Elohim in wisdom, understanding, knowledge, and all work. So the humans could not perform the work of the tabernacle. It was out of our ability. And so the Ruach HaKodesh had to fill this chosen craftsman, and he did the work through this man. See what I'm saying? Did he immerse the man with the Ruach? No. He said the immersion is permanent, to be filled in order to perform or work through people. And the Tanakh was not immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. It was just Yahuwah working through people. Could he have just made it appear? Yeah, but he didn't want to. He wanted the people themselves to do the work. Why? Because he wanted to. That's why. Let's read on. I have appointed with him Oholiab, son of Achisamach of the tribe of Dan, and I have put wisdom in the hearts of everyone who is wise-hearted, and they shall make all that I have commanded you, the tent of meeting, and the ark of the witness, and the lid of atonement that is on it, and all the utensils of the tent, and the table and its utensils, and the clean gold lampstand with all its utensils, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all its utilities, and the basin and its stand, and the woven garments, and the Kadesh garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons for serving as priests, and the anointing oil and sweet incense for the set-apart place. According to all that I have commanded you, they are to do. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, and you speak to the children of Israel, saying, my Shabbats you are to guard by all means above all. For it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations to know that I, Yahuwah, am setting you apart. Okay, so here we go. All those who worked on the tent of meeting, the tabernacle, and all the furniture and all the utilities was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, the wisdom to perform these duties. The things that were impossible for men to make, he filled that craftsman, and so that and a couple other craftsmen, so that he would actually do it through their hands. Impossible for man, but once Yahuwah, Ruach HaKodesh, filled them, they were able to perform the duties, and they were able to make these things precisely and exactly as he showed them to Moses on the mountain. Okay, so he told them to make them exactly how he was shown them on the mountain, but it was impossible for man. But once Yahuwah filled these craftsmen, he himself made these utensils and the furniture and the lampstand, all these things that men had no clue on how to make it. Okay, and so Yahuwah did it as he worked through these chosen people. Okay. Look at 2 Peter real quick. 2 Peter 1:21 says, "For prophecy never came by the desire of a man, but men of Elohim spoke, being moved by the Ruach HaKodesh." See that? Back up to 20. "Knowing this first, that no prophecy of Scripture came to be of one's own interpretation. For prophecy never came by the desire of man, but men of Elohim spoke, being moved by the Ruach HaKodesh." You see there? So there's the Ruach HaKodesh that spoke prophecy through people. Man didn't prophesy on his own. It was the Ruach worked through the people. And speaking of the prophecies here in the Tanakh. Okay. So let me see, back to 2 Samuel. Let's get a look at that. 2 Samuel 23:2 says, "The Ruach of Yahuwah has spoken through me, and his word is on my tongue." So, of course, this is David, King Daud, saying that the Ruach of Yahuwah has spoken through me, and his word is on my tongue. So, proving that Yahuwah speaks through people. Now, was David immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh? No. Was he filled with the Ruach? At times he was. Matter of fact, this was the last words of Daud, which is very interesting. Back up to 2 Samuel 23:1. "And these are the last words of Daud, the saying of Daud, the son of Jesse, the saying of the man raised up on high as a king, the anointed of Elohim of Jacob, and the sweet singer of Israel. The Ruach of Yahuwah has spoken through me, and his word is on my tongue. The Elohim of Israel said, the rock of Israel spoke to me, one who rules over man righteously, who rules in the fear of Elohim, is like the light of the morning when the sun rises, a morning without clouds, tender grass from the arets, from sunshine, from rain." Wow, powerful stuff, man. So here's King Daud, his last words of King David, witnessing to us that the Ruach HaKodesh, in fact, spoke through him, and the word of Yahuwah is on his tongue, was on his tongue. That's a pretty heavy-duty witness there. Okay. So the Ruach worked through people and spoke through people, but did not immerse the people with the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. Why? Because the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh is the Ruach of Yahusha in us. It's the secret of the ages, Mashiach in you. It couldn't have happened until he came, died, and resurrected and ascended. That's why. So we're starting to putting that connection, starting to put that piece of the puzzle in there. And so our eyes should be opening wider now at this point. With that being said, let's look at Judges. Go back to Judges. So Judges 3:10 and 11. And what we were just talking about, the Ruach worked and spoke through people, which King Daud just testified to, witnessed to in his last words. So he gave all esteem to Yahuwah, didn't he? So let's go to Judges 3, 10, and 11. I could start at 9. Let's go 9 through 12, actually. So it says, and when the children of Israel cried out to Yahuwah, Yahuwah raised up a deliverer for the children of Israel, who delivered them. Othniel, son of Quenaz, Caleb's younger brother. And the Ruach of Yahuwah came upon him. See that? Verse 10. And the Ruach of Yahuwah came upon him. Didn't immerse him, but came upon him. And he ruled Yisrael and went out to battle. And Yahuwah gave into his hand Cushan, Reshathaim, sovereign of Aram, Nahariam, in his hand prevailed over Cushan, Reshathaim, and the land had rest for 40 years. Then Othniel, son of Quenaz, died, and the children of Israel again did evil in the eyes of Yahuwah. And Yahuwah made Eglon, sovereign of Moab, strong against Israel, because they had done evil in the eyes of Yahuwah. So here we see that the Ruach of Yahuwah came upon him, and he ruled Israel and went out to battle and defeated his enemies. The Ruach HaKodesh came upon him. So the Ruach worked through this man against the enemies of Yisrael. You see that? So go to Ezekiel. Ezekiel 2. Ezekiel 2, 1 through 2. Ezekiel 2, 1 through 2 says, and he said to me, oh, wait a minute, that's the wrong one. And he said to me, Son of man, stand on your feet so that I speak to you. And the Ruach entered into me when he spoke to me and set me on my feet. And I heard him who was speaking to me. You see that? So here in the Ruach entered into me when he spoke to me and set me on my feet. Was this an immersion? No. He was just entered into him. So see through the Tanakh, we can see the Ruach pretty much in control of everything. Either he's doing it himself, or he's working through people, or speaking through people. He's entering people, but he's not taking up permanent residence. It's a temporary deal. Look at Ezekiel 3:24. And the Ruach entered me and set me on my feet and spoke with me and said to me, go, shut yourself inside your house. Okay, see that? So this is Ezekiel. So in 2:2, we see the Ruach entered into him when he spoke to him and set him on his feet. So you would think the Ruach was still in him, right? But apparently he was not. Because over here in 3:24, it says, and the Ruach entered me and set me on my feet again. So apparently he had left him, and then he entered him again. See, you can see it's a temporary filling. It's not a permanent residence. He's not taking up residence and sealing him. He's just entering into him and working his will through this prophet, through this man. Yeah. So apparently then we can see that this isn't a permanent filling. When he entered him, it was temporal. So he went into him and left him. He went into him, he left him, this type of thing. He wasn't with him permanently, where he never left him or forsake him. He went in him and out of him as he wanted to. Pretty good evidence of that, I would say. Look at Ezekiel 36. Look at Ezekiel 36. (25) through 28. It says, "And I shall sprinkle clean water on you, and you shall be clean. From all your filthiness and from all your idols I cleanse you. And I shall give you a new heart and put a new Ruach within you. And I shall take the heart of stone out of your flesh and shall give you a heart of flesh and put my Ruach within you. And I shall cause you to walk in my laws and guard my right rulings and shall do them. And you shall dwell in the land that I gave your fathers." "And you shall be my people, and I shall be your Elohim." So he's prophesying of what's going to happen, what's coming. That he's going to change the way that he's filling people. Something's going to change here. Okay, and we can, it's pretty easy to see what he's talking about here. But to be more precise, we can go to Jeremiah and see this real quick. Kind of jumping ahead here, but Jeremiah 31. Okay. 31 through 34 says, "See, the days are coming, says Yahuwah." So this is prediction or prophecy. "When I shall make a renewed covenant with the house of Yisrael and with the house of Yehudah. Not like the covenant I made with their fathers in the Yam when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Mitzrayim, my covenant which they broke, though I was a husband to them, declares Yahuwah. For this is the covenant I shall make with the house of Israel after those Yamim, declares Yahuwah. I shall put my Torah in their inward parts and write it on their hearts. And I shall be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And no longer shall they teach each one his neighbor, and each one his brother, saying, Know Yahuwah, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, declares Yahuwah. For I shall forgive their crookedness and remember their sin no more. Very powerful stuff. So what he's saying is he's going to take up and dwell his chosen vessels and do all his work through people, these chosen people. So he'll be working and speaking through his chosen people, but it will be a permanent residence. He's not just going to fill them or work through them. He's going to reside in them permanently. They're going to become his dwelling place, his temple. And he'll live there. Okay, they will be his tabernacle. Okay, so he's going to dwell in his tabernacle, in his temple, and in their hearts. And we're going to carry the 10 Commandments around, his commandments in our hearts and in our mind and our inward parts, rather than carry them in the ark. Okay, and so he'll be indwelling us, setting on our hearts which is it would be the lid, okay, of the ark, and that's his throne that was in the Holy of Holies, and now his throne is our heart. He's going to be sitting in your heart. Your heart's going to be inscribed with the 10 Commandments. You're going to be the Ark of the Covenant. He'll be sitting on your heart on the lid, and he'll have your inner being, who you really are, totally sealed with his Ruach HaKodesh, and he won't leave you. He's going to keep you protected until the day of redemption. You're sealed for the day of redemption. So jumping ahead just a little bit. But go to 1 Samuel. Stay in the Tanakh. Go to 1 Samuel 10. So 1 Samuel 6 through 10, we'll say. And the Ruach of Yahuwah shall come upon you, and you shall prophesy with them and be turned into another man. You hear that? Okay. And it shall be, when these signs come to you, do for yourself as your hand finds to do. For Elohim is with you. And you shall go down before me to Gilgal. And see, I am coming down to you to slaughter burnt offerings and make peace offerings. Wait 7 days till I come to you. Then I shall make known to you what you should do. And it came to be, when he had turned his back to go from Samuel, that Elohim gave him another heart. And all those signs came on that yom. And they came there to the hill and saw a group of prophets to meet him. And the Ruach of Elohim came upon him, and he prophesied in their midst. So there you go. So we're seeing that the Ruach HaKodesh coming upon these men and them prophesying. Why? Because it's the Ruach in them speaking, using their mouth to speak and to prophesy. Does that mean they're immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh? No. They certainly are not. Look at 1 Samuel 11:6. And the Ruach of Elohim came upon Shaul mightily as he heard these words, and his displeasure burned greatly. See that? The Ruach of Elohim came upon Shaul mightily, but he did not indwell him. 16. Go to Samuel 16. 1 Samuel 16. Oh, let's say 12 through 19. And he sent and brought him in, and he was ruddy, with bright eyes, and good looking. And Yahuwah said, Arise, anoint him, for this is the one. And Samuel took the horn of oil. Samuel was the first prophet of Israel. And Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the midst of his brothers. And the Ruach of Yahuwah came upon Daud from that yom and onwards. The Ruach of Yahuwah came upon Daud from that yom and onward. Remember, we just read the last thing King Daud said was that Yahuwah was speaking through his mouth and out of using his tongue. And Samuel arose and went to Ramah, and the spirit of Yahuwah turned aside from Shaul. See, so he left Shaul. And an evil spirit from Yahuwah troubled him. And the servants of Shaul said to him, Look, now, an evil spirit from Elohim is troubling you. Please, let our master command your servants who are before you to seek out a man who is a skilled player of the lyre, And it shall be that when the evil spirit from Elohim is upon you, that he shall play with his hand, and you be well. And Shaul said to his servants, please get me a man that plays well, and bring him to me. And one of the servants answered and said, look, I have seen a son of Jesse, the Bethlehemite, who knows how to play, a brave one, and a man of battle, and skilled in words, and a handsome man, and Yahuwah is with him. So Shaul sent messengers to Jesse and said, send me your son, Daud, or David, who is with the sheep. So there we go. We see the Ruach of Yahuwah was upon Daud from that day and onwards. We see Daud praying to Yahuwah not to take his Ruach from him. So there's no doubt Yahuwah knew and could feel the presence of the Ruach HaKodesh in his life, but he was not sealed for the day of redemption. Look at 19, 1 Samuel 19. And 21. And Shaul sent messengers to take Daud, and they saw the assembly of the prophets prophesying, and Samuel standing as leader over them, and the Ruach of Elohim came upon the messengers of Shaul, and they also prophesied. So even the messengers of Shaul, the Ruach came over upon them, and they began to prophesy. What does that mean? That means the Ruach HaKodesh was speaking through their mouth, using their mouth, their tongue to talk. And when Shaul was told, he sent other messengers, and they prophesied likewise. So the Ruach HaKodesh entered them and prophesied likewise. So Shaul sent messengers again a third time, and they prophesied also. So the Ruach HaKodesh overtook all these messengers of Shaul and was talking through their mouth, saying what he wanted to say. Shaul couldn't do nothing. He just kept sending messengers, and the Ruach HaKodesh kept filling them and prophesying through them, using their mouth to talk and to prophesy. So he worked even through the messengers of Shaul. Were they immersed by him? No. Go to Numbers 27. Numbers 27. 18 and 20 through 20. And Yahuwah said to Moses, take Yahusha, son of Nun, with you, a man in whom is the Ruach. You see that? A man in whom is the Ruach. And you shall lay your hand on him, and shall set him before Eleazar, the priest, and before all the congregation, and give him charge before their eyes. And shall put some of your esteem upon him, so that all the congregation of the children of Yisrael obey him. So here we see that Yahusha, the son of Nun, had a man in whom is the Ruach, that he had the Ruach in him. Was he immersed with the Ruach? No. The Ruach was just in him, guiding him, talking through him, working through him, speaking through him. That's it. Why? Because that's what he wanted to do. That's just what he wanted to do. Oh, Judges 34. 6:34. Judges 6:34 says, Then the Ruach of Yahuwah came upon Gideon, and he blew the ram's horn, and the Abizerim gathered behind him. So there we go. The Ruach of Yahuwah came upon Gideon. See? He uses people to work through and to speak through, but he did not permanently indwell them. They did not enter into the new covenant. Okay, all these people were under the old covenant and the old priesthood. But the Ruach was still prevalent in their lives and was present in their lives as he worked through these people and he spoke through these people, but they were not immersed with his Ruach HaKodesh and sealed for the day of redemption. That wasn't possible. We see what are we starting to see? Yeah, look, everything Yahuwah created, it was just Yahuwah in the beginning. There was nothing else, just Yahuwah. Nothing else. You can't name one other thing that existed besides Yahuwah. It was it. He was the only thing. He's the self-existing one. When Yahuwah created, he created within himself because nothing else existed. Nothing exists outside of Yahuwah. Nothing. And so when he created, he had to create everything within his self, within his perimeter. He's the perimeter of existence, or the perimeter of life, if you will. And so everything was created in him. And therefore, he's in everything. He sustains everything. And so what's the difference in him being in everybody, even the wicked? Okay, he's sustaining the wicked. If he removed his breath and his Ruach from the wicked, they would drop dead. So he's sustaining everybody. So what's the difference between Yahuwah sustaining life, filling people and working and speaking through them, and immersing people under the new covenant? There's a big difference. He sustains all life. Nothing exists without Yahuwah. Yahuwah is life. He's the light of life. He's the breath of life. Nothing exists without him. So he sustains all life because everything is in him and he's in everything. He's returning your breath, if you can accept that. He's the very breath you're breathing in and out right now. He wakes you up in the morning. He returns your breath. He's as close to you as the nose on your face. Okay? You can't exist outside of Yahuwah. Anything that's outside of Yahuwah doesn't exist. And there's nothing there. Nothing. Everything was created in him. And that's why we have the Hebrew or Hebraic idioms, outer darkness, lake of fire, this type of thing, because what it's saying is the outer darkness, lake of fire, is if you're thrown into that, then you don't exist because you're not in Yahuwah anymore. You're outside of Yahuwah. Nothing exists outside of Yahuwah. So therefore, it's non-existence. You see? So we have him sustaining all life. We have him filling people as he chooses. And what that means is when he fills people, is he's working through them or speaking through them, through that person, doing things, miracles, signs, wonders, strength, battle, wise words, healings, the gifts of the Ruach. We're seeing his character in that person as that person transforms and changes as Yahuwah fills them. And we're able to see his characteristics in that person, even in the Tanakh. And then we have the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh is when he marks that person with his name as belonging to him, and then he seals their being with his Ruach HaKodesh. He gives them the good deposit of eternity and everlasting life as he takes up residence in them and lives in them, and they become the third temple with the Holy of Holies, the inner chamber in there, with the Ark of the Covenant in there, with the commandments in there, and with Yahuwah in there sitting on his throne, which is the lid of the ark. And that's why he lives in you, just like he lived in the tabernacle that the children of Israel built through his guidance and through his knowledge, through his wisdom, through his hands, really. He's the one that made all that through the hands of the craftsmen that he chose. But he didn't indwell them permanently. He didn't immerse them and take up residence in them. He just worked through them. You see? So there's your three ways of understanding what the Ruach does with his creation, his people. He either sustains us, he fills us and works and speaks through us and heals through us, whatever he wants to do, then and now, or he immerses us with his Ruach, and that means we become his dwelling place, permanent address, his permanent residence, period. He'll never leave us or forsake us. Even when you die, he's with you in the grave. He's there. It says so. And then when he resurrects you, brings you out of the grave, he's with you. When he transforms you and gives you a mortal body, turns your body of flesh and blood into an immortal body, he'll totally fill you and immerse you with his Ruach. You'll be 100% full of his Ruach. Talking about working through you and talking through you. Unexplainable power in the eternal reign, folks. Okay, so let's continue on here in the Tanakh, because I want this to set in and us to get a good understanding of this to the fullness. Okay, so look at Judges 11. We'll get into the Natsarim writings here a little bit at the end, but we need to really understand what's going on here in the Tanakh in order for us, and then we can pick up. We should be able to pick up very quickly what's happening in the Natsarim writings once we get this. So look at Judges 11:29. The Ruach of Yahuwah came upon Yeftek, and he passed through Gilead and Manasseh, and passed through Mitzpah of Gilead, and from Mitzpah of Gilead he passed on toward the children of Ammon. So the Ruach of Yahuwah came upon Yeftek. See that? And he worked his will through that man. Judges 14:6. Judges 14:6 says, let's back up to 4. This is kind of interesting here. Judges 14:4. However, his father and mother, this is talking about Samson. However, his father and his mother did not know that it was Yahuwah that he was seeking an occasion to move against the Philistines. For at that time, the Philistines were ruling over Yisrael. Then Samson, or Shimshon, went down to Timnah with his father and mother, and came to the vineyards of Timnah, and saw a young lion came roaring at him. And the Ruach of Yahuwah came mightily upon him, upon Samson, and he tore it apart, as the tearing apart of a young goat, with nothing in his hand. But he did not make known to his father or mother what he had done. So extremely interesting here. The Ruach HaKodesh came mightily upon Samson, and the Ruach stirred Samson, gave him the strength to kill a lion with his bare hands. He tore him apart like a goat, like he was nothing. Wow. Okay, so look at Judges, same chapter, 14, 19 through 20. The Spirit of Yahuwah came upon him mightily, and he went down to Ashkelon and smote 30 of their men, stripped them, and gave the changes of garments to those who had explained the riddle. And his displeasure burned, and he went back up to his father's house. And Samson's asha was given to his companion who had been his friend. So here we see him, the Spirit of Yahuwah came upon him mightily, and he killed 30 of their men and stripped them, took their garments to pay his debt, the bet he made about a riddle. Look over at Judges 15, 13 through 20. This is also quite shocking and amazing, fascinating, really. And they spoke to him, saying, "No, but we are certainly going to bind you and shall give you into their hand, but certainly not kill you." So they bound him with 2 new ropes and brought him up from the rock. When he came to Lehi, the Philistines came shouting to meet him, and the Ruach of Yahuwah came mightily upon him, and the ropes that were on his arms became like flax that is burned with fire, and his bonds broke loose from his hands. And he found a fresh jawbone of a donkey and put out his hand and took it and smote 1,000 men with it. And Samson said, and here he's singing to you, praises to Yahuwah now. With the jawbone of a donkey, 1 heap, 2 heaps. With the jawbone of a donkey, I have smitten 1,000 men. And it came to be, when he had ended speaking, that he threw the jawbone from his hand and called that place Ramoth Lehi. And he became very thirsty and cried out to Yahuwah and said, "You have given this great deliverance by the hand of your servant. And now am I to die of thirst and fall into the hand of the uncircumcised?" And Elohim split the hollow place that is in Lehi, and water came out, and he drank, and his spirit came back, and he revived. So he called its name En Hakor, which is Lehi to this Yom. And he ruled Israel 20 years in the Yamam of the Philistines. Wow. So here we see that the Ruach came upon Samson. The ropes he broke the ropes, the new ropes off of him, picked up a jawbone of a donkey and killed 1,000 men with it. 1,000 men, can you imagine? My goodness. But when you understand that it was the Ruach HaKodesh that came mightily upon Samson and broke those ropes, No wonder Samson was so strong, and the Ruach HaKodesh was came upon him and was fighting through him. Wow, that's mind blowing. Okay. Look at Numbers again real quick. So Numbers. So we're seeing the Ruach worked and spoke through these people, even Samson. So the Numbers 11:16 through 29 says, Then Yahuwah said to Moshe, Gather to me 70 men of the elders of Yisrael, whom you know to be the elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them to the tent of meeting and let them stand there with you. And I shall come down and speak with you there, and shall take of the Ruach that is on you and put on them, and they shall bear the burden of the people with you, so that you do not bear it yourself alone. So here's Yahuwah's going to take of the Ruach that's on Moshe and divvy it out to these 70 elders so they can help rule the people. And say to the people, Set yourselves apart for tomorrow, and you shall eat meat, because you have wept in the hearing of Yahuwah, saying, Who has given us meat to eat? For it was well with us in Mitzrayim. And Yahuwah shall give you meat, and you shall eat. You are going to eat not 1 yam, nor 2 yamim, nor 5 yamim, nor 10 yamim, nor 20 yamim, but for a month of yamim, until it comes out of your nostrils and becomes an abomination to you. Wow, that's craziness, isn't it? Because you have rejected Yahuwah, who is among you, and have wept before him, saying, Why did we come out of Mitzrayim? And Moshe said, The people in whose midst I am are 600,000 men on foot. And you have said, I give them meat to eat for a month of yamim. Could flocks and herds be slaughtered for them to be sufficient for them? Or could all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them to be sufficient for them? So 600,000 men on foot, I mean, you can like triple that. You add women and children to that. I mean, it could even be 10 times that amount of people. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, Is the arm of Yahuwah too short? Now see whether my word meets you or not. And Moshe went out and spoke to the people the words of Yahuwah. And he gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people and placed them around the tent. And Yahuwah came down in the cloud and spoke to him, and took of the Ruach that was upon him, and placed the same upon the 70 elders. And it came to be, when the Ruach rested upon them, that they prophesied, but did not continue. So isn't that amazing that we're seeing a lot of evidence that even in the Tanakh, when the Ruach rested upon these people, that they prophesied. And so what could we say that what was that? It was pretty obvious that there was evidence of his presence. It was evidence of the presence of the Ruach HaKodesh resting upon those people or filling those people. And so prophesying, when the Ruach HaKodesh comes upon you, is found heavily in the Tanakh, as we've just found out. But it's also found heavily in the Natsarim writings, especially in the book of Acts. When people are immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, they speak in tongues and prophesy. There's only, I think, 5 places in Acts where it talks about people being immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, and I believe in all 5 incidences, these people speak in tongues or prophesy or both. We'll get there. But I find that very interesting. However, 2 men had remained in the camp. The name of one was Eldad, and the name of the other Medad. And the Ruach rested upon them. Now they were among those listed, but did not go out to the tent. And they prophesied in the camp. So the Ruach came up, rested upon them, even though they didn't go to the tent. And they even prophesied. So it seems to be evidence of being the Ruach HaKodesh filling you, resting upon you, or immersing you. Prophecy is heavy here as evidence that they've received the Ruach HaKodesh. I don't see how you can say anything else other than that. And a young man ran and informed Moshe and said, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. What's prophecy? That's Yahuwah speaking through their mouth and using their tongue to speak, just like he did King David's. Same thing. And Yahusha, son of Nun, Moshe's assistant from his youth, answered and said, Moshe, my master, forbid them. Then Moshe said to him, are you jealous for my sake? Oh, that all the people of Yahuwah were prophets, that Yahuwah would put his Ruach upon them. So this is very, very powerful verse. Listen to me now. This is very powerful and very important. In Numbers 11, verse 29, Moses was prophesying himself. He was prophesying of the coming day of Shabbat, of Pentecost. Listen to what Moses said to Yahusha. He said, then Moses said to Yahusha, son of Nun, are you jealous for my sake? Oh, that all the people of Yahuwah were prophets, that Yahuwah would put his Ruach upon them. He's prophesying that he put his Ruach upon all flesh, and they would all prophesy. They would all be prophets. Is this not prophesied to happen on Pentecost? Yes, it is prophecy. Moshe is prophesying about the day of Shabbat here. Very powerful revelation. Most people don't pick that up. If you can see that, you got the Ruach working in you, at least opening up your eyes for sure, and your ears. Very good. Okay, so yeah. So the Ruach's feeling of people in the Tanakh here was often seen and read about, but we got to understand that this was temporary. None of this was permanent. No, none of them. Even King Daud begged Yahuwah not to take his Ruach from him. He knew he could. So this was temporary. And in most cases, as a matter of fact, I would say all cases in the Tanakh, that the filling or the resting of the Ruach on these people is linked to a particular purpose. The anointing of oil for kings and priests was a symbol of the Ruach's touch on their lives for the purpose of servicing Yahuwah. Look in Second Chronicles chapter 20, verse 14 and 15. It says, and the Ruach of Yahuwah came upon Yachaziel, son of Zechariah, son of Benaiah, son of Yael, son of Mattaniah, a Levite of the sons of Asaph, in the midst of the assembly. And he said, listen, all Yehuda, and you inhabitants of Jerusalem, and sovereign Yehoshaphat, thus said Yahuwah to you, do not fear nor be afraid of the face of this great army, for the battle is not yours, but Elohim's. So here we go. Yahuwah speaking. His Ruach came upon Yachaziah and told the children of Israel, do not fear nor be afraid of the face of this great army, for the battle is not yours, but Elohim's, saying that he was going to fight them. This was his battle. These were his enemies, and he was going to deal with them. Can you imagine that, going into battle and having Yahuwah speak through somebody and tell you that? I know I'd feel there'd be great relief, right? It's like Numbers 23:8. How do I curse whom all has not cursed? And how do I rage at whom Yahuwah has not raged? Oh, Yahuwah's will, isn't it? It's Yahuwah doing everything through people, working through people, speaking through people, through this Tanakh, but yet he never immersed them, took up permanent residence in them. Did he? No, he didn't. His indwelling was temporary, often temporary, and linked to particular purposes. Listen to what Isaiah 59:21 says. Listen to that. Isaiah 59:21. As for me, this is Isaiah. As for me, this is my covenant with them, said Yahuwah. My spirit that is upon you, and my words that I have put in your mouth, shall not be withdrawn from your mouth, nor from the mouth of your descendants, nor from the mouth of your descendants' descendants, said Yahuwah, from this time and forever. Wow. How powerful is that? So Yahuwah is saying, my spirit that is upon you and my words that I have put in your mouth, talking to Isaiah, shall not be withdrawn from your mouth, nor from the mouth of your descendants, nor the mouth of your descendants' descendants, said Yahuwah, from this time and forever. Wow. Why? Because when Yahuwah says something, it's permanent. It's accurate, permanent, and it has to happen, and it's forever. His words are everlasting. He doesn't say anything that's not everlasting. Yahuwah doesn't speak just to be talking like a man does. When he speaks, it's a sure bet. It's a permanent deal. He doesn't mess around. He's not a man that he should lie. Is he? I hope your answer is no. So all these verses, these passages that we just went over together in the Tanakh, shows that the Ruach came upon people. And yes, that he did enter some of the people, but the Ruach was only with each individual temporarily. The Ruach did not take up permanent residence or live within the believers in their entire life. That simply did not happen to the people in the Tanakh. And it did not happen until the day of Pentecost. That's the first time ever that Yahuwah took up permanent residence in a human being. And this happened after Yahusha's death and resurrection. Furthermore, the Ruach can choose to come upon a person without the person even being a believer or one of his people. Obviously, Balaam was not a believer, and the Ruach was upon Moshe, and the Ruach was upon Moshe, on occasion, and Yahuwah took the Ruach on Moshe and put him upon the 70 others to share in the burden of leadership. And so that shows that he wasn't permanently dwelling in Moshe. If he took the percentage off of Moshe and give it to others, he was just with him, guiding him and speaking out of his mouth. So that brings us to the Natsarim writings, okay? And we look here in Luke 1, probably starting in 7. Well, basically, I guess we probably need to go up to 5. And it talks about Elizabeth, if you will, and her husband, who was a priest, and they were had the Ruach HaKodesh. They were righteous people, okay? And they were the parents of Yehukanan the Immerser, and Elizabeth, or Elisheba, or Elizabeth, was barren. She was old and barren. And so she would have to be healed by Yahuwah in order to become pregnant at her old age. And so let's pick this story up. I'd say 1:5. There was in the Yamam of Herod, the sovereign of Yehuda, a certain priest named Zechariah of the order of Abijah. And his Asha was one of the daughters of Aaron. And her name was Elisheba, or Elizabeth, which meant fullness of Elohim. And they were both righteous before Elohim, blamelessly walking in all the commands and righteousness of Yahuwah. And so they were blameless. They were righteous. They were obedient servants of Yahuwah. But they had no child because Elisheba was barren and both were advanced in years. And so this is what we read about Abraham and Sarah. Same type of miracle happening here, but with Yehukanan the Immerser, where Abraham and Sarah was Isaac. And it came to be that while he was serving as priest before Elohim in the order of his division, According to the manner of the Kohen, he was chosen by Lot to burn incense when he went into the Mishkan of Yahuwah. And the entire throng of people was praying outside at the hour of incense. And a messenger of Yahuwah appeared to him, standing on the right side of the altar of incense. And when Zechariah saw, he was troubled, and fear fell upon him. But the messenger said to him, "Do not fear, Zechariah, for your prayer is heard, and your Asha, Elisheba, shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Yehukanan. And you shall have joy and gladness, and many shall rejoice at his birth. For he shall be great before Yahuwah, and shall drink no wine and strong drink at all. And he shall be filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, even from his mother's womb. And he shall turn many of the children of Israel to Yahuwah their Elohim. And he shall go before him in the Ruach and power of Elijah, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the insight of the righteous, to make ready a people prepared for Yahuwah." This is astounding. Okay, so, and he should be filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, even from his mother's womb. Does that mean that he was immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, sealed for the day of redemption? No, it does not. This is in the Natsarim writings, okay, which is astonishing. But we have to remember that Yahusha wasn't even born yet. So he wasn't dead. He didn't die. There was no death, no resurrection, no ascension, because he wasn't even born yet. Okay, so Yehukanan was about 6 months older. He was born at the same year Yahusha was, but he was about 6 months older than Yahusha. And so being filled with the Ruach HaKodesh would be similar to some of these prophets that we just read about in the Tanakh. But yet Yahuwah filled him inside of Elizabeth's womb, which is quite astonishing and amazing, fascinating, isn't it? Why? You think that he did that? Well, he planned on being with Yehukanan mightily and doing mighty things through this man, this prophet. And Yahusha, even Yahusha himself, proclaimed that Yehukanan the Immerser was the greatest prophet of all time. Greatest of all time. Yahusha said it, so it's, you can't argue against Yahusha. So the Yehukanan the Immerser was not immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh here, people. He was just filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, similar to some of the prophets that we just read about in the Tanakh. Everybody should be able to see that and understand that at this point. I hope everybody's picking up what I'm laying down here. There's no way he could have been immersed with the Ruach. And so this filling of the Ruach HaKodesh, even from his mother's womb, could only be that Yahuwah filled him like he did the prophets of old. But he did it inside his mother's womb. So it seemed like to me, and pardon me for saying this, perhaps I shouldn't, but it kind of seemed like Yahuwah was eager to get started working through this man, Yehukanan the Immerser, because he couldn't even wait for him to be born. He filled him up in his mother's womb. Yahuwah was very eager to get started working through this man, Yehukanan the Immerser. It seems like. Okay, so I hope everybody's understanding that and seeing that now. It's very important. Did Elizabeth? Okay, here we go. Let me go down to let's start. Okay, so we're still in Luke 1 and 31. A messenger comes and tells Mary that she's going to have a son, and he's going to, it's going to be Yahusha, okay? And so this messenger is announcing that she's going to be conceive a son, and it's going to be Yahusha. And 35 says, and the messenger answered, I'm going to start in verse 35. And the messenger answering said to her, the Ruach HaKodesh shall come upon you, and the power of the Most High shall overshadow you. And for that reason, the set apart one born of you shall be called the Son of Elohim. Okay, so the Ruach HaKodesh came upon Miriam. Did he immerse her? No. So this was the same type of action that we just read about in the Tanakh. Okay, the Ruach HaKodesh came upon her like he did the other examples that we just studied about in the Tanakh. And I gave you a ton of them so that you would understand this. You shouldn't have any problem getting this now. So I gave you at least 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. About 25 examples in the Tanakh, 25, 26, and maybe even 30. There should have been plenty of examples for you to understand this. The Ruach shall come upon her, and the power of the Most High shall overshadow you. Okay. She was overshadowed. She was, the Ruach had come upon her, just like the examples we saw in the Tanakh. And here's a curveball. I'm just going to say this. A lot of you might not ain't going to pick this up, but I'm going to say it anyway. When he overshadowed her, he put his body of light in her womb. That's all I'm going to say about that. He didn't put human semen in the womb of Mary. And Joseph didn't impregnate Mary either, as some people are out there teaching nowadays. It's ridiculous. Too much evidence against that to be true. Okay, so here we go now. That's all I'm going to say about that. Some of you will pick up what I'm laying down on that. Some of you are not going to, but stick with it. Ask the Ruach for edification of his word. And if you keep bugging him for edification, he'll give it to you. And see, Elizabeth, Elisheba, your relative, she has also conceived a son in her old age. See, she was old and barren. And this is now the 6th month to her, who was called barren. See, so he's about 6 months older than Yahusha. Because with Elohim, no matter shall be impossible. So don't ever shortchange Yahuwah. He can do anything. You know, we need to stop putting Yahuwah in a box, trying to define him, trying to border him in, tell him what he can do and what he can't do. No, we got to stop doing that. You know, I know people like to say, well, if it's not within the covers of the KJV, then I don't believe it. Show it to me where it's written in the KJV. Well, look, Yahusha did many, many more things that's not written in these pages. Many more. Yehukanan said so. Go to Yehukanan. We can't box him in or limit him within the pages of the Roman canonized list of books and letters and what they call the Bible. Can't do that. It's not all that he taught. It's not all that he said. Uh-oh. Got to wait for that to come back on. There we go. I think we're back. That thing went out for some reason. Okay, so Yehukanan 21. Actually, let's go to Yehukanan 20:30. Says, there were indeed many other signs, that's miracles, that Yahusha did in the presence of his pupils, which are not written in this book. But these have been written so that you believe that Yahusha is the Mashiach, the son of Elohim, and that, believing, you might possess life in his name. See, that's the many other signs that Yahusha did in the presence of his pupils. And he had a lot of pupils. There wasn't just 12. Okay, he had a lot of pupils. He had 12, he had 170, he had 120. He had throngs following him, throngs of pupils following him, where he couldn't even raise his hand to scratch his nose or to eat bread. He had many pupils following him. Look over at Yehukanan 21:25. Now, there is much else that Yahusha did. If every one of them were written down, I think that the world itself would not contain the written books. Amen. What? That's a mind-blowing statement. You see that? So we have to stop limiting Yahuwah, trying to control Yahuwah, trying to define him, try to limit him, try to box him in, try to close him in within the covers of the KJV. That's ridiculous, man. Totally ridiculous. John is at the opinion that the entire world could contain all the books that could be written about what the signs and the teachings that he did when he was here. So he must have been doing a lot of stuff. Okay, so let's continue on here. So she was barren because Elohim, there's no matter shall be impossible. And Miriam said, see the female servant of Yahuwah. So she's basically saying, see, I'm the female servant of Yahuwah. I hear and obey. Do to me whatever is your will, Yahuwah. You know, here I am. So her response was beautiful and appropriate and wise. Miriam had a mind-blowing response. See the female servant of Yahuwah. Let it be to me according to your word. See that? And the messenger went away from her, and Miriam arose, and those Yamim went into the hill country, which would have been the Judean hills, would have been east of the Mount of Olives, with haste to a city of Yehuda, and entered into the house of Zechariah and greeted Elizabeth, or Elisheba. And it came to be when Elisheba heard the greeting of Miriam that the baby leaped in her womb. Remember, the baby has the Ruach HaKodesh, right? And Elisheba was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh. You see that? And yelled out with a loud voice and said, blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. So there we go. Mary, Elizabeth, was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh. And what she do? She prophesied right there. That's what she did, which seems to be the evidence of someone being filled with the Ruach as they prophesy. very heavily through the Tanakh. But look at that statement. And Elizabeth or Elisheba was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh. Does that mean she was immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh? Everyone should be saying no. No, she was not. So here where she was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh was exactly the same as what happened to the prophets and these other people that we read about in the Tanakh. Because Yahusha wasn't even born yet. Don't forget, when Yahusha was born, he was born under the old priesthood, the old covenant. It had not changed yet. It had not become the new covenant yet. There was no transformation yet. Now listen to this. And Miriam said, my being makes great Yahuwah, and my Ruach has rejoiced in Elohim, my deliverer. Because he looked on the humiliation of his female servant. For look, from now on, all generations shall call me blessed. Now Miriam's prophesying, for he who is mighty has done wonders for me, and set apart is his name. Wow. Powerful stuff, man. So this is the reason that Elizabeth was filled with the Ruach. Miriam had the Ruach had come upon her. They were prophesying. Even the baby in Elizabeth's womb was filled with the Ruach and was jumping for joy. All those people around that wasn't filled with the Ruach, or the Ruach had not come upon them, because there was quite a few of them, even his pupils. It's why they could see all these miracles that Yahusha did, all these signs and wonders. They saw all of them, including people being raised from the dead, and they still doubted. They still doubted. Why? Because they didn't have the Ruach HaKodesh. Not yet. They did not. They didn't have it all through Yahusha's life as they journeyed with him and took part in his studies and his teachings, being his students, his pupils. They never received the Ruach unless the Ruach HaKodesh filled them like he did Elizabeth and Miriam here, and even Zechariah. Okay, so let's jump over here now and look at 67. Luke 1:67 says, and Zechariah, his father, Yuchanan the Immerser's father, Elizabeth's husband, was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh and prophesied, saying, see that? Here again, we see evidence in the Natsarim writings, just like we did the Tanakh. It seems to be as soon as somebody was filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, they prophesied as evidence of the filling of the Ruach. It was evidence that they had the Ruach HaKodesh. They prophesied. And so here Zechariah is filled with the Ruach and prophesied, saying, blessed be Yahuwah Elohim of Yisrael, for he did not look upon and worked redemption for his people. For he did look upon and worked redemption for his people, and has raised up a horn of deliverance for us in the house of his servant Daud, as he spoke by the mouth of his Kadesh prophets from of old, deliverance from our enemies and from the hand of all those hating us, to show compassion toward our fathers and to remember his set-apart covenant and oath which he swore to our father Abraham, to give us, being delivered from the hand of our enemies, to serve him without fear, and set apartness and righteousness before him all the yamam of our life. Wow. And he continues to prophesy here. But real quick, look up here where he says in 69, and has raised up a horn of deliverance for us in the house of his servant Daud, as he spoke by the mouth of his Kadesh prophets from of old. See that? We went over that. He spoke out of the mouth of these people. And even Daud confessed to it. Remember? Powerful stuff, isn't it? You see the connection? You should be seeing the connection, man. Okay, now listen to the rest of this prophecy. And you, child, shall be called prophet of the Most High. You shall go before the face of Yahuwah to prepare his ways. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. To give knowledge of deliverance to his people by the forgiveness of their sins through the tender compassion of our Elohim, with which the daybreak from on high has looked upon us, to give light to those who sit in darkness and the shadow of death, to guide our feet into the way of peace. And the child grew and became strong in Ruach, and was in the deserts until the yom of showing himself openly to Yesharel. So there you go, man. So here we'll find out Elizabeth, Miriam, mother of Yahusha, and Zechariah, the father of Yehukanan Immerser, all were filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, but they were not immersed with the Ruach. They were not partakers in the new covenant. Is everybody seeing that? You should be seeing that. You should have no problem understanding this at this point, man, unless you just haven't been paying attention. That's the only way I could see that you're not catching what's going on here. Well, let's look at Acts now. That's enough of that. Let's go to Acts. So you see the same situation going on with the Ruach HaKodesh prior to the death and resurrection ascension of Yahusha as you did in the Tanakh. Nothing has changed. We come right out of the Tanakh, okay, into the Natsarim writings before the birth of Yahusha, even during Yahusha's life, before his death and resurrection ascension. No one was immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh yet. They were only filled temporarily in order for them, for a specific purpose, okay, to fill Yahuwah's will. So look at Acts. Acts 1:4-5 says this. In meeting with them, he commanded them not to leave Jerusalem, but to wait for the promise of the Father, which you have heard from me, because Yehukanan truly immersed in water, but you shall be immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh not many yamim from now. You see that? Okay, so this is after his death and after his resurrection and his ascension. Okay, so how do we know that? Because right up here in verse 3, it says, to whom he also presented himself alive after his suffering by many infallible proofs, being seen by them for 40 yamim, speaking concerning the reign of Yahuwah. Okay, so after his resurrection, he stayed on the earth for 40 days. And then after 40 days, 10 days prior to Shabbat or Pentecost, he ascended back to the throne from the Mount of Olives and went back to being what he was before he was born in flesh. He went back to being Yahuwah's body of light that sat on the throne in the Shemayim. The way we know he's sitting there in his body because he can be seen. Other than that, if he's not in a body, he cannot be seen. Yahuwah is invisible. He's a Ruach and cannot be seen unless he's in a body. All right. And so here he's talking something totally different. You shall be immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh, right? So here in Acts 2:3, actually, let's just go to 1, Acts 2:1. And when the Yom of the Festival of Weeks, that's Shabbat, had come, they were all with one mind in one place. And suddenly there came to be a sound from the heaven as a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were sitting. And there appeared to them divided tongues as of fire, and settled on each one of them. And they were all filled with the Kadesh Ruach and began to speak with other tongues as the Ruach gave them to speak. All right, so there you go. So now we see one of the spiritual gifts of speaking in tongues in 1 Corinthians 14:18 mentioned here in Acts 2:4. Okay, when they received the Ruach HaKodesh, the 120 in the upper chamber. Okay, and so this here was the first time that the new covenant was implemented. Okay, this is the first time that they were immersed with the Spirit, the Ruach of Yahusha. And it fulfilled and it revealed, I should say, the secret of the ages, which is Mashiach in you, was revealed here for the first time at Pentecost. All right. So now look at Acts 2:14. It says, Kepha, Peter, standing up with the other 11, lifted up his voice and said to them, Men of Yehuda, and all those dwelling in Jerusalem, let this be known to you and listen closely to my words. For these men are not drunk, as you imagine, since it's only the third hour of the Yom. What's the third hour? It would be 9 o'clock in the morning. But this is what was spoken by the prophet Joel. And it shall be in the last Yom, says Elohim, that I shall pour out my Ruach on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. And also on my male servant and on my female servants I shall pour out my Ruach in those Yomim, and they shall prophesy. There we go. There's the filling of the Ruach and prophecy. See the connection of the Tanakh? And I shall show wonders in the heaven above and signs on the earth beneath, blood and fire and vapor of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the coming of the great and splendid Yom of Yahuwah. And it shall be that everyone who calls on the name of Yahuwah shall be delivered. Men of Yesharel, hear these words. Yahusha of Nazareth, a man from Elohim, having been pointed out to you by mighty works and wonders and signs which Elohim did through him in your midst, as you yourselves also know. This one given up by the set purpose and foreknowledge of Elohim, you have staked and put to death through the hands of lawless men. Him Elohim raised up, having loosened the pains of death, because it was impossible that he could be held in its grips. Why? Because he was an innocent man. That's why death only has reign over sin. And he doesn't have authority. Death doesn't have authority over an innocent man. He had to give him back up. Skip over to 37. Elohim has raised up this Yahusha, of which we all witnessed. The Lamb was raised back up. 34 says, for Daud did not ascend into the Shemaim, but he himself said, Yahuwah said to my master, sit at my right hand till I make your enemies a footstool for your feet. And they were pierced to the heart and said to Kepha and the rest of the emissaries, men, brothers, what shall we do? And Kepha said to them, repent and let each one of you be immersed in the name of Yahusha Mashiach for the forgiveness of sins, and you shall receive the gift of the Ruach HaKodesh. This promises to you and to your children and to all who are far off, as many as Yahuwah our Elohim shall call. There you go. Okay, so then those indeed who gladly received his word. What word? The prophecy of Peter. What happened to Peter? Well, he was immersed in the Ruach HaKodesh, and they were speaking in tongues, and then Peter started prophesying, right? And so speaking in tongues and prophesying is connected to being evidence of being filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, obviously. And Peter began to prophesy. And so he did. He prophesied. And then he explained to them what they should do in order to receive the Ruach. And that was repent, then be water immersed in the name of Yahusha. No longer was Yehukanan the Immerser's water immersion good enough. They had to be re-immersed in the name of Yahusha, Mashiach. And where the water and the blood would be applied in his name at the same time during your water immersion. And then you shall receive the gift of the Ruach HaKodesh, either when you come up out of the water, simultaneously, basically at the same time of your water immersion, or later on, or much later on, depending on what's going on. Matter of fact, you can even be immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh before your water immersion. Why? Well, because Yahusha died. It's after his death, resurrection, and ascension. So his main purpose is to immerse you with his Ruach HaKodesh, the Ruach of Yahusha, okay, and seal you for the day of redemption. That's his main purpose now. Yeah, and on that Yom, about 3,000 persons were added to them because they were also immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. That's what this chapter 2 is all about. It's being immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. There's no mention of water immersion until Peter mentions it in verse 38, briefly mentions it. But the activity, the context of this entire chapter is all about being immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh now. And that's totally different than being filled by the Ruach, as these people in the Tanakh were doing, and even the people who were filled with the Ruach prior to Yahusha's death, resurrection, and ascension. Totally different. You see that? Okay, go to Acts 8. So Acts 8. Twelve. Let me see. 12 says, and when they believed Philip as he brought the Besorah about the reign of Elohim in the name of Yahusha Mashiach, both men and women were immersed. And Simon himself also believed. And when he was immersed, he continued with Philip and was amazed, seeing the miracles and signs which took place. And when the emissaries who were at Jerusalem heard that Samaria had received the word of Elohim, they sent Peter and Yahuchanan to them, who, when they had come down, prayed for them to receive the set-apart Ruach, for he had not yet fallen on any of them, but they had only been immersed in the name of the Master Yahusha with water. Then they laid hands on them, and they received the Ruach HaKodesh. And Simon, seeing that through the laying on of the hands of the emissaries, the Ruach HaKodesh was given, he offered money. So he thought he could buy the power to immerse people in the Ruach HaKodesh. That's kind of silly. The only reason they received the Ruach HaKodesh when Peter and the emissaries laid their hands on them was because they were already immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. So really it was Yahuwah doing it, right? Yes, it was Yahuwah. They working through their hands as they laid their hands on flesh. Yahuwah immersed them with his Ruach because he was in them. So he just kind of like he did with Moses. He took whatever was in Peter and through his hand into the other person he laid hands on, he gave him a portion of the Ruach. Okay, similar, so I'm just trying to give you a way of seeing it, a different angle at it. Okay, so very interesting, right? So now go to 10. Let's look at Acts 10. Uh, "48. Acts 10:48. Well, I guess we need to back up. Yeah, let's go to 44 through 48. It says, while Peter was still speaking these words, the Ruach HaKodesh fell upon all those hearing the word. And those of the circumcision who believed were astonished, as many as came with Kepha, because the gift of the Kadesh Ruach had been poured out on the nations also. Don't forget, Ephraim was sown into the nations through the wisdom of Yahuwah. For they were hearing them speaking with tongues and extolling Elohim. Then Kepha answered, is anyone able to forbid water, that these should not be immersed who have received the Ruach HaKodesh? See, they received the Ruach before the water immersion. Even also we. And he commanded them to be immersed in the name of Yahusha Mashiach with water. Then they asked him to remain a few days. All right. So there's the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh and the immersion of water. Don't forget what it says in John 3:5. Go to John 3:5. This is why Peter was so zealous to get these people in the water, even though they had received the Ruach HaKodesh, which really is all you got. I mean, you're done at that point, except for obedience, to fulfill Scripture and fill your oath to obedience, right? Yahuchanan 3:5 says, Yahusha answered, truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is begotten of water and the Ruach, he is unable to enter into the reign of Yahuwah. See that? So that's why Peter was so adamant about getting them into the water, even though they received the Ruach HaKodesh beforehand. They were immersed with the Ruach. Now, this is a totally different thing than what we read in the Tanakh. This is Yahuwah taking up permanent residence in his temple, cleaning them up with water and blood, cleaning his temple with water, purifying it, blotting out their sins with his blood, okay, and taking up permanent residence in his chosen vessel or his people. It's a totally different thing. It's the new covenant. Okay, go to 19. Acts 19, 5 and 6 says, well, let's back up. We better go up to, let's go up to 1. The last sentence in 1. And having found some Talmudim, this is Paul. Well, I better go to 1. And it came to be while Apollos was at Corinth that Paul, having passed through the upper parts, came to Ephesus. And having found some Talmudim, he said to them, did you receive the Ruach HaKodesh when you believed? And they said to him, no. We have not even heard that there is a Ruach HaKodesh. And he said to them, into what then were you immersed? With water. And they said, into Yahusha's immersion. So they were water immersed with Yahusha, the immerser's immersion. And Paul said, Yahusha had immersed with an immersion of repentance, saying to the people that they should believe in the one who was coming after him, that is, in Mashiach Yahusha, the Lamb of Yahuwah, that he was coming to perform a permanent, everlasting sacrifice, a blood sacrifice, okay, as the Lamb of Yahuwah. And so his blood would really wipe out or blot out their sins permanently, intentional and unintentional, all sin, other than the one unforgivable sin that Yahusha says he won't forgive you for. Doesn't mean he can't, he's just choosing not to. That's blaspheming the Ruach HaKodesh, which is crediting his spiritual gifts, his work through other people, through people's hands, his doing his spiritual gifts, contributing to the devil or the demons. That's unforgivable. So I urge you to hold your tongue when you see things happening that's considered one of the spiritual gifts outlined in 1 Corinthians 12. Hold your tongue. If you say it's demonic, you're acting just like the Pharisees did after he ran out the demons out of those people that were demon possessed. They accused him of doing it through the devil, the power of the devil. And he said, Paul said, Yahusha immersed with the immersion of repentance, and the one coming after him, that is Mashiach Yahusha. And when they heard this, they were immersed, water immersed, in the name of the Master Yahusha. So they were re-immersed. They went back to the water and got re-immersed in the name of the Master Yahusha. And when Paul had laid hands on them, the Ruach HaKodesh came upon them, and they were speaking in tongues and prophesying. That's powerful stuff, man. So you could see the evidence of being filled with the Ruach HaKodesh is speaking in tongues and prophesying. Prophesying's real heavy, especially through the Tanakh. And almost everybody, once he filled them with the Ruach, prophesied in the Tanakh. So speaking is a speaking miracle, folks, speaking in tongues. It's not a hearing miracle, it's a speaking miracle. Otherwise, there would be no need for the gift of interpretation of tongues, spoken about in 1 Corinthians 12:10. Let's look at it. Go to 1 Corinthians 12:10. 1 Corinthians 12:10 says, and to another operations of powers, which is working of miracles, and to another prophecy, which we see lots of evidence of that, being filled with the Ruach and prophesying, and to another discerning of Ruachs, knowing whether it's the Ruach of delusion or the Ruach of truth, and to another kinds of tongues, which will be speaking in tongues, and to another interpretation of tongues. And see, since you have a gift of interpretation of tongues, means interpreting an unknown language to others so that you can tell others what the speaker is saying. Otherwise, why would that gift be there? It would be useless and just ridiculous to even have a gift that we didn't need. So makes no sense, does it? All right, so very, very, very interesting. So here in Acts 19, let's hang on just a second. Go to Acts 22:16. So Acts 22:16 says, and now, wait a minute. And now, why do you delay? Rise up, be immersed, and wash away your sins, calling on the name of Yahusha. All right. So that's Paul saying that. Now, look at back to Acts 19. So back to Acts 19. I want you to say something here. We're going to compare Acts 19:11 through 16 to Luke 9:49 through 55, or Mark 9:38, same thing. Okay, so let's look at it. Acts 19:11 through 16 says, and Elohim worked unusual miracles through the hands of Paul. So here we got the same thing going on that we saw in the Tanakh. Yahuwah working miracles through people. Okay, because it was his Ruach. Okay, he was filled with the Ruach, and he worked miracles through the hands of people, in this case, Paul. So that even handkerchiefs or aprons were brought from his body to the sick, and the diseases left them, and the wicked Ruachs went out of them. Why? Because it had the scent of the Ruach HaKodesh on it. It was the smell of life, the scent of life. It was the Ruach, not Paul. Paul's stinky body odor and boogers and hacking stuff up on his handkerchief or his apron didn't have any power. But the smell of the Ruach, the smell of life, did. And so, since the Ruach HaKodesh was in Paul and on Paul, then his handkerchiefs and aprons had the scent of the Ruach and was able to heal people from their diseases. Remember, it's Yahuwah who heals us of our diseases, not a man. And it even says that Elohim worked unusual miracles through the hands of Paul. It wasn't Paul doing it, was it? It was Yahuwah, the Ruach HaKodesh. And certain roving Yehudim exorcists took it upon themselves to call on the name of the Master Yahusha. So they were using the name of Yahusha over those who had wicked Ruachs, demon-possessed people. They were trying to perform exorcism by using the Master Yahusha's name. We exorcise you by Yahusha, who Paul proclaims, is what they were trying to do. And there were 7 sons of a certain priest, Skua, a Yehudite chief priest, who were doing this. So these 7 sons of the chief priest were the ones doing this, trying to exorcise demons out of people in the name of Yahusha, who Paul proclaims. And the wicked Ruach answering said, Yahusha I know, and Paul I know, but who are you? And the man in whom the wicked Ruach was leaped on them, overpowered them, and prevailed against them, so that they fled out of that house naked and wounded. So, what happened here? Okay, well, they didn't have the Ruach HaKodesh. They weren't immersed in the Ruach. They weren't filled with the Ruach. Nothing, okay? And so, by calling on the name of Yahusha, it didn't have any power. Because when you call on the name of Yahusha, what you're doing is it's Yahusha in you, the Mashiach in you, okay, is notifying the demons or the diseases or whatever, death, that it is Yahusha that is talking through you. Okay? And if you don't have the Ruach HaKodesh, then you're lying. That's a forgery. You're just being you're doing, it's a deception. So it's not Yahusha in you doing it. So you are alerting them that, hey, listen up. This is Yahusha HaMashiach. Okay? And I command you to get out of that person in my name, in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach. You're saying, I am Yahusha. Get out of that person. Okay? But these demons, the guy said that they didn't see any light in him. In those guys, they had no light. They didn't have the Ruach. They were just dull, dark flesh. They were darkness, and the Ruachs could see that. There was no light, and so they beat him up. They jumped on him, overpowered him, beat him up, stripped him naked, and wounded him. He was bleeding. Okay? Now let's compare that to Luke 9, what we just learned. So you say, oh, well, the name of Yahusha has power. Yeah, it does if you have Yahusha in you. That's what, when you say in the name of Yahusha of Nazareth, or Master Yahusha, that's Yahusha in you proclaiming, hey, listen up. This is me in this person. Get out. And so then they flee. They look at you and they see the light. You look like a light bulb to them. You're glowing. You're a light because you got Yahusha in you. They're gone. So without the Ruach HaKodesh in you, and you notify them that it's Yahusha HaMashiach talking to them in you, and all they see is a dull, dark chunk of flesh, they just laugh. They might beat you up and obsess you. You better not mess with any demons if you don't have the Ruach HaKodesh. You better stay away from them demons. They'll get you. Look at Luke 9, 49, 55. Luke 9. (49-55) says, and Yehuchanan answering said, Master, we saw someone casting out demons in your name, and we forbid him, because he does not follow with us. But Yahusha said to him, do not forbid him, for he who is not against us is for us. And it came to be when the yamim of his raising up were being completed, even he set his face to go to Jerusalem. And he sent messengers ahead of him And they went and entered into the village of the Samaritans to prepare for him. And they did not receive him because his face was set for the journey to Jerusalem. And his Talmudim, Yaakov and Yehuchanan, seeing it, said, Master, do you wish us to command fire to come down from the heaven and destroy them, as also Yahu did? But having turned, he rebuked them and said, You do not know of what Ruach you are. For the son of Adam did not come to destroy men's lives, but to save them. And they went on to another village. So what's happening here? Okay, here's this guy. Here they are. They don't have the Ruach HaKodesh yet. They may have the Ruach HaKodesh on them, filling them, but they're not immersed by the Ruach permanently. Why? Because Yahusha's still alive here. He ain't died yet, okay, and resurrected yet. And so what's going on is this man here who is throwing people out, running out demons in the name of Yahusha, casting out demons in the name of Yahusha HaMashiach, has the Ruach HaKodesh, is filled with the Ruach HaKodesh, just like all those prophets were in the Tanakh. And so Yahuwah was working through that man. He had the Ruach HaKodesh in him, upon him, just like Elizabeth and Miriam and Zechariah did, just like all the prophets we read about in the Tanakh did. And so they had to listen because it was the Yahuwah talking through that man. Even though that man was not immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh yet, he couldn't have been because Yahusha had not died and resurrected and ascended yet. You see that? There it is. But then back over here in 19, we see Paul. This is after Yahusha's death, resurrection, ascension. We see Paul doing it because he has the Ruach, immersed in the Ruach. But these seven sons of this chief priest, this Jewish chief priest, did not have the Ruach HaKodesh. And so the Ruachs knew that because he didn't have the light in them. They didn't see the light. And so they attacked him and beat him up, prevailed over him, stripped him naked, and beat him up and wounded him. See that? There's the big difference there in what was going on. So the moral of the story is, if you have the Ruach filled with the Ruach, or the Ruach's upon you, and he's working through you like he did those people in the Tanakh, and he talks through you to these demons and chases them out of people, it's going to happen. If you're immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh and he's taken up permanent residence in your vessel, you're now his temple, his living place, permanent residence for now and forever, in this life and the life to come. He never leaves you or forsakes you once he takes up residence in you. It's a permanent deal, man. Then you glow. You're a son of light, man. Them demons see Yahusha and they're gone. They listen to you. If you don't have the Ruach, you better not mess with them demons. Don't even begin to mess with them because they'll get you. They ain't afraid of you if you don't have the Ruach HaKodesh in you. You might say, well, how do I know if I got the Ruach, Brother Mark? Well, one way is if you prophesy. So if you feel the Ruach HaKodesh and you start prophesying, if you start saying any prophecy in the scriptures, are you prophesying? Yes, you are. Just like Peter did when he quoted Joel 2. Those weren't his words. He was quoting out of scripture. But he was prophesying because he was prophesying what had been written in scripture. So therefore, it was proof he had the Ruach HaKodesh. Oh, okay, man. So there you go. There's the difference between Acts 19, 11 through 16, when we compare it to Luke 9, 49 through 55. Okay. Now I want you to see something else, and we're almost done here, folks. Just a couple more references. We'll be done. Look at 1 Corinthians 1, 13. I don't know if I'm right on that. I think it is. 1 Corinthians 1. 13. Yeah. Actually, go to 10 through 17. 1 Corinthians 10 through 18. And I appeal to you, brothers, by the name of our Master Yahusha Mashiach, that you all agree, and there be no division among you. He wants us to agree, man. But that you be knit together in the same mind and in the same opinion. You cannot have a different opinion than another brother as long as both of you are reading out of the scriptures. The only thing that can differ would be your interpretation. But when you're shown proof over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, you need to submit, man. You need to put away your ego and say, you're right. There's too much scripture proving that you're right. And you need to submit to that. Otherwise, you're going against scripture. To be in the same mind and in the same opinion. For I have been informed concerning you, my brothers, by those of the house of Chloe, that there are strives among you. What I mean is this, that each one of you says, I am of Paul, or I am of Apollos, or I am of Kepha, or I am of Mashiach. Has the Mashiach been divided? Was Paul staked for you? Or were you immersed in the name of Paul? I thank Yahuwah that I immersed not one of you except for Crispus and Gaius, that no one should say that I immersed into my own name. Now I did also immerse the household of Stephanus. For the rest, I do not know whether I immersed anyone else. For Mashiach did not send me to immerse, but to bring the Basora, not with wisdom of words, that the stake of Mashiach should not be nullified. For the word of the stake is indeed foolishness to those who are perishing, but to us who are being delivered, it is the power of Yahuwah. Okay, so very interesting, isn't it? So this is something that you have to be very careful of, and I've seen a lot of this going on in the chat room. I witnessed it, didn't say nothing, but I've seen it where people recommending other channels and other teachers and this and that. And it's like they're following, these people have followings, and they can, almost egotistically act like they're somebody they're not. They actually usurp the position of the Mashiach. And we have to be careful about teachers like that. And most people that are humble don't even like to be called a teacher, really. But what we need to understand here on this Shabbat talk we have on this day, on the 6th day, and then on the 7th day, when the 7th day shows up at the evening, after daybreak, we go into another meeting, which we call the Natsarim Assembly, and it's a scripture study group where that we bring more people in other than just the chat room, and we need to come into an agreement that we're just studying together. Okay, we're not being taught by anyone. There's no one better or smarter or higher ranking than anyone else. We're all brothers in the same body and studying the words of our Father together as one and worshiping the one true living Yahuwah together. That's it. We're just brothers. All of us together are equal. Yahusha is the only one above us. Nobody is below anybody. But we do have one higher than us, and that's the Mashiach. Okay, and this is what Paul's saying. He's saying, stop saying you're following me. Paul was mad here. Paul was upset. He was angry. He was furious. He was not happy camper here in this statement that we just read. He's like, stop saying you're following me or Apollo or whatever. You know, what are you doing? Mashiach been divided here? You know, is there a different Besorah? Is there a different Messiah? No, there's not. And we need to not act like there is. And we need to stop acting like we're following people that we label teachers, brilliant philosophers, theologians, scribes. Turn to Hebrews 8. We'll wrap this up. Scriptures is self-evident, folks. The problem, the stumbling blocks is us. The stumbling blocks is in our mind, okay? The things that we've been taught since childhood, all the falsehood that's been injected into our brain, our egos, we try to be self-knowledgeable, act like, our knowledge is better than the scriptures, some people act like that. But we need to stop doing all of that, and we need to come into unified body and under one leader, one teacher, one Father, one Ruach, with one Besorah, one body in unity and agreement. And let's look at Hebrews 8. Hebrews 8 is an extremely interesting chapter. It says, now the summary of what we are saying is, so here's the summary of it all, okay? According to Paul, we have such a high priest who is seated at the right hand of the throne of the greatness in the Shemayim, and who serves in the set-apart place and of the true tent, which Yahuwah set up and not man. For every high priest is appointed to offer both gifts and slaughters, so it was also necessary for this one to have something to offer. For if indeed he were on Eretz, he would not be a priest, since there are priests who offer the gifts according to the Torah, who serve a copy. You serve a copy. It's like a forgery, man. It's like a shadow. We serve a copy, who serve a copy and shadow of the heavenly, the true one in the Shemayim. When we say heaven or Shemayim, what that's really talking about, folks, is not a place of mythology created by men's minds, but it's the spiritual dimension. It's where truth and love resides. It's a spiritual dimension. It's a realm where truth and love resides. There's no sin there. As Moshe was warned when he was about to make the tent, for he said, see that you make all according to the pattern shown you on the mountain. Okay, so here we see that in Exodus 25:40. We want to go there just to confirm that. Quickly go to Exodus 25. So Exodus 25:40. And see and do according to the pattern which was shown to you on the mountain. So Yahuwah opened up the windows of heaven, rolled back the Shemaim like a scroll, and allowed Moshe to look into the spiritual dimension and see the tabernacle that Yahuwah made. That's what it just told us. In the set-apart place of the true tent, which Yahuwah set up, and not man, in the spiritual dimension, folks. But now he has obtained a more excellent service, inasmuch as he is also mediator of a better covenant, which was constituted on better promises, which is everlasting promise. It's everlasting. For if that first had been faultless, then no place would have been sought for a second. So it wasn't because it was fleshly, it was literal, and it was temporal. For finding fault with them, he says, see, the Yamim are coming, says Yahuwah, when I shall conclude with the house of Yisrael and with the house of Yehuda a new covenant, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the Yam when I took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Mitzrayim, because they did not continue in my covenant, and I disregarded them, says Yahuwah. Let's see that. It's in Jeremiah 3:8. Go to Jeremiah 3. Jeremiah 3:8 says, and I saw that for all the causes for which backsliding Yisrael had broken wedlock, I had put her away and given her a certificate of divorce. For her treacherous sister Yehuda did not fear, but went and committed whoring too. And it came to be, through her frivolous whoring, that she defiled the land and broke in wedlock with stones and wood. See that? Stones and wood. It's idolatry. They made figures to bow down to and carry around and to worship and bow down to, which were made of stone and wood. To Yahuwah, that's idolatry and adultery. And so he gave him a certificate of divorce. Ay. Because this is the covenant that I shall make with the house of Yisrael after those Yamim, says Yahuwah, giving my laws in their mind, and I shall write them on their hearts, and I shall be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And they shall by no means teach each one his neighbor, and each one his brother, saying, know Yahuwah, like I do right now, because they all shall know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, because I shall forgive their rebellion and their sins and their lawlessnesses I shall no longer remember. By saying renewed or new, he has made the first old. Now what becomes old and growing aged is near disappearing. Hallelujah. So there you go. That wraps up this evening's study. I hope all of us now understand the difference between the Ruach HaKodesh sustaining all life, because everything has been created in him. If you're not in him, you can't live. You're non-existent. You're dead. You're gone. You're annihilated. versus being filled with the Ruach HaKodesh temporarily in order to fulfill specific duties or works that he wants to do using you, like he did those in the Tanakh, and then being immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, which means he takes up permanent residence in you. He washes you with water. He washes away your sins, blots out your sins with his blood, and he takes up residence. You become his third temple. He lives in his temple. He writes his commandments on your heart and puts them in your mind so that you remember. You don't have to be reminded of them. They're in your mind. You love them. They're part of you, who you are. They're in your mind now. You don't have to be reminded to be obedient. He put them in your mind and made them part of your mind, in your mind. And he wrote them on your heart, your most inner sanctuary. And so your heart becomes the Ark of the Covenant, which holds the 10 Debarim. And he sets on your being, your innermost being. And on your heart is his throne. And he sets in there in the Holy of Holies, which you are. And that's the new covenant, folks. And so I hope now we can all differentiate between those three identifying dwellings of the Ruach. He sustains even the evil people, the wicked. He has to sustain them or they wouldn't be alive. He has to love them or they wouldn't be here among us. He's allowing them to experience that there's something out there. There's something real. There's something true. There's love. There's life. There's existence. It's real. And he allows them to experience that even though he knows they were going to betray him and be wicked and evil and hurt him and hurt others. He still let them experience that life because he loves them. And he wants them to at least have that short life and enjoy being alive like he is. He shared his life with them and with us. Okay? And so he sustains all life. He's in everyone and everyone's in him. Then is a thing called he overpowers you or he comes upon you or he fills you, okay? And he works through you. He does works and even speaks to you, and he can even heal through you, drive out demons to you, whatever he wants as he fills you, but it's just temporary. He's not taking up permanent residence in you. He doesn't have you sealed. You're not his home. Okay, you're like a hotel. It's like being a hotel or a motel. He's just coming in there and staying temporarily. Then he's gone. Once he accomplishes what he came there to do. Is there people that he fulfilled all their life? Yeah, that's what it said about. Who did he say that about? Was it David or Yehukanan? Now, he stayed with him his whole life. I think it was David. Remember, we read it. So, yeah, that's possible. But still, he didn't immerse him. The immersion could only come after the death, resurrection, and ascension of Yahusha HaMashiach, because the Ruach HaKodesh, the Paracleta, the Comforter, is Mashiach in you. It's the Ruach of Yahusha in you, living in you. That's why he had to go back into the Shemayim. If he didn't go back, he couldn't come back as the Paracleta and indwell you if he was still in the flesh. Why? Because he had to die, for all this to be able to even happen. And so that's why he came in the flesh. There was no other reason for him to remain in the flesh at all. The flesh only came to die as the sacrifice, the lamb. After that was accomplished, there was no need for that lamb anymore, so he went back into the Shemayim, back where he came from. And then he comes back and indwells those whom he has chosen, his election, and he lives in them permanently forever. Once he takes up permanent residence in you, it's forever. In this life and the life to come. He never leaves you or forsakes you. He just fills you even more as he gives you, once you receive your immortal body, he can fully fulfill you. Your immortal body can take it. Your fleshly body couldn't take it. If he totally filled your fleshly body, you'd probably burst. He can only give you a little bit, and he dwells in you. But your immortal body can take it, and he will fill it and live there permanently. Permanently. Are we understanding permanently? In this life, in the life to come, permanently. Now, can he leave you? You better believe if he's got you sealed, you're immersed in Ruach. Can he leave you? Yeah, but man, you got to really do some horrible stuff to get him to leave you once he's got you sealed, because it's really not you, the inner man, sinning. You're powerless to sin. It's the flesh sinning. And if your flesh is way more powerful than you are, it's going to kick you around and beat you up and do what it wants to do. And you're going to sit there and be scratching your head wondering if you're good enough to be one of his people, because you keep sinning as far as you're perceiving it. But it's really not you sinning. It's the old man sinning. But the old man is very powerful, and you don't have control of that old man, because you're not doing your job. And your job is to keep the temple clean from sin. Keep the dust out. Wash the feet. Keep it cleaned up. Okay. If you're not doing your job, then the temple can come pretty dirty. That old man he'll partake in as much sin as you allow him to. It's a daily battle. Okay. So I hope everybody gets it now. I hope everybody sees the connection and what's going on with the Ruach. And I hope y'all got as much out of this as I did. I thought it was a very powerful study. Learned quite a bit. Thank all of you in the chat room for coming this evening and spending time studying the scriptures of truth with me and with us. I appreciate y'all being here more than you ever know. Don't waste the opportunity, man, to stay obedient to the fourth commandment. As long as you're here on the 6th day with us, and you join us on the 7th day on our scripture study group, we stay on there purposely for your sake, so that you stay obedient to the fourth commandment, and then you don't go out and do stuff you shouldn't be doing. And it helps you stay obedient to what you should be doing, and that's spending time with Yahuwah and have your nose in his scriptures of truth, and spending time with the body of Yahusha. Be united with the one body, and so it helps you stay obedient. Because that fourth commandment's a whopper, that's why it says remember Yom Shabbat and keep it Kadesh, because it's easy to forget it. So as long as you're hanging out with the Natsarim on the 6th day and the 7th day, we'll help you stay obedient. It's a hard one, and it's easy to forget that it's Yom Shabbat. All righty. So listen, we'll be back here tomorrow on the same channel, Sparking You as Yah. I don't know if all of you have been there or not. If not, come join us. You'll like it. We have a good time. It's fun. We learn a lot. We get to shake out the dust, to say, and like I say, scriptures is self-evident, and as long as we're sticking to scriptures, then we can't argue with each other. And we surely don't want to argue against scriptures. I mean, some people do, but I'm not one of them. Don't come looking to get your ear tickled, because we ain't going to tickle no ears. Come for the truth. If you're looking for truth, you couldn't be in a better spot. Just come there. Natsarim Assembly, partake in our scriptural study group tomorrow, right here on Sparking Yahusha channel at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 o'clock a.m. Texas time. Okay. So be there or be square. And remember to stay in love with Yahusha. So long, Natsarim, beloved of Yahuwah. So long, everyone. See you next week or see you tomorrow. Your choice. Peace, love, joy, peace, joy, and love to everyone. Peace out, Natsarim.